Hello, 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 hello. It is Monday. Another stream. Hope you've enjoyed your Monday so far. Today we have something very, very interesting. I've collected a few informations that I hopefully will, help you in your character journey, learning how to sculpt characters or create characters in general. First of all, of course, I hope you enjoyed your Monday and hopefully also your weekend. Let's go into the summary so we can go right into both topics that we do today. The one is of course the staple that we do every day, but let's get into it. Hello. So as you can see right there, we have two topics per usual. The first one being the 30-minute quick sketch, as always. Every day I do a quick sketch, and at the beginning of every stream we do a quick sketch, of course. Which means we're gonna go into Blender and create a 30-minute quick sketch just to kind of warm up and I started this sort of if you want to call it challenge at some point, and I'm gonna continue it as long as I can. I think it's a pretty good intro into the stream. And then afterwards we're going to go into sculpting and anatomy tips for characters. I've collected roughly 50 tips and tricks and facts to help you in creating characters. Whether that is sculpting tips or general tips on how the workflow goes, or tips on anatomy. The most are for anatomy, kind of gauging the different proportions of a character. How the hardest part for me at least was always, or is still, kind of gauging how big a certain body part should be. I'm gonna give you some tips and some tricks to make that easier. Kind of have some a guideline, I guess, to to follow to make it easier. And that's gonna be both topics for today. I don't know how long those gonna be, but I think after that I'm gonna we're just gonna see how long it's gonna take. Tomorrow we're gonna do something else. No tips or whatever. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna see it under my webcam when we go into Blender. And I think we're ready. We're ready to go into Blender so we can do the quick sketch, and then afterwards we can go into the tips. If you want to see only one of these topics, either the quick sketch or the sculpting and anatomy tips, you can go into the timeline, or also in the description there should be some timestamps so you can immediately see where you need to go. So let's go into Blender, and then we can go into the quick sketch. The quick sketch today will actually again include a full body sculpt. But this one, the body isn't that big, so it's not, or complex, so it's not that hard. Today we're gonna sculpt a snail. A snail is pretty simple, but it just came into my mind that we could do a snail. So today we're gonna do a snail. Over the weekend I've done a unicorn. What was the other ones? Unicorn. Dude, I can't even remember. Hold on. Let me create a new quick sketch folder so we can save that in there, and then we can go into the what is it? Singaporean fighting fish. This one looks pretty cool, like in real life. And I think it came out pretty well in the quick sketch as well. Of course, a unicorn, and then also Sonic the Hedgehog, kind of like the movie variant, because I think that's easier to sculpt than the game variants, because it's I don't know, I just found better resources. All the other ones that I found were more like 2D from the games, and so I decided to do the one from the movie. But without further ado, today's quick sketch is quick sketch day 148. 148. There you go. Okay, perfect. So let me prepare the blend file, or let's go into sculpting. And then we can go into the sculpt. I don't want to waste any time, so we can go straight into the tips. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna take to get all through the 50 tips, so I want to have as much time as possible. Yeah, let's set some settings. Oh, I now created a startup file that deactivated this setting here, the radius pressure sensitivity, because it's useless, or I don't like it on the radius. Dynamic topology, I just realized you can also press Ctrl D or Ctrl D in here, and then you can also enable dynamic topology. There you go. And there's a new function in 2.93 that actually makes sculpting in Blender way easier. And that is, I can show it to you. If you have a cube, or if you have multiple objects in here, let's see, we can grab this. No, let's grab another one. What about this monkey? Suzanne is always needed. There you go. And then we go into sculpting on this sphere. What I like to do is, if I create a full body, is I like I like to separate it into multiple pieces. So what I mean is, I like to separate the arm from the body, or for example the head. I like to sculpt the head first and then add the body later. So, or if I do the full body, I usually create a base mesh out of multiple different pieces. One for the arm, one for the forearm, one for the hand, and then the fingers. Those were all separate objects. And the biggest pain was always to switch between them, so you can work on the next one. So your body's ready, or your body is done, and you want to switch to, I don't know, the arm, so you can kind of create the shoulder, so you can connect the two pieces. It was always a super annoying pain to go to the next object to sculpt, because you would have to go to layout and then select this one and go back in here, which of course 3 clicks, that's too much. So now there's a new function. If you hover over a object and then you press D, there you go. Oh, welcome Adel V or 5. Hope I pronounced that right. If you're here, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Hope you'll enjoy the stream. And yeah, welcome. So yeah, so now that you can you have these 3 objects. Back in the day, where you had to go layout and then select the other one and then go sculpting again. What you can do now is you can just hover over one of these objects and then you can press D, and then you can switch to this one. This way you can very easily just switch between these. Oh, I want to sculpt on this one. Okay, let me sculpt this, and then I want to go to this one, sculpt in here. That it's very easy now. The only gripe I have with this is that dynamic topology doesn't transfer over. So if I go to the monkey and then I disable dynamic topology, then I go to this one, dynamic topology is disabled again. The only question that I have right now, if I disable it on the cube, I now have it disabled on both of these. If I switch to this one again, okay, it's disabled, deactivated again. So yeah, it's that's the only annoying part, that you always have to re-enable dynamic topology. But it's definitely easier and faster than before. Okay, I don't need you. Perfect. Let's go in here and create today's quick sketch. All the settings are there. The dynamic topology, we need constant detail with 20 resolution. There you go. Symmetry, do we need symmetry? Yeah, let's enable symmetry. I think for the beginning, symmetry is always useful. I have my references as well, of course. Hold on, let me pull it up, make it smaller so you can see it. Or not you can see it, but I can see it. There you go, make it smaller. I could actually pull, I can't pull it up, right? No, okay. Perfect. Okay. So everything's ready. I have my references. Today we're going to sculpt a snail. Shouldn't be too hard. So let's go into it. I want to go in here, start my timer, and then we can start with the quick sketch. I would say, oh, if you're ready, we can start the quick sketch in 3, 2, oh, hold on. 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. The quick sketch starts. let's first of all, I guess we can start with the house. Or no. Oh, I'm gonna start with the what is it? The body. We can add the house later. I think making the long bodies harder, or you know, it's better to begin with that rather than the house. So where's my symmetry point? There you go. Make it longer. Make it thinner, just a little bit. You know, I can make this probably wider just a little bit as well. There you go. Go to the front, do the same in here. This can be a pretty long snail, I guess. There you go. We're gonna lift its head off the ground as well. Okay. Oh, that's a fat snail. Hold on. We can probably flatten that. Hold on. There you go. Perfect. Smooth it. So this is an even ground. Can we increase it? I guess we don't have to. We can just remove some of this to make it flatter. Of course, using the clay strips brush. Very easy to just make this flatter. Remove some volume right there. Perfect. Smooth it out. And there you go. Okay. Oh, there you go. Let's we have some more to remove here. There you go. Perfect. Okay. That's the part of the snail. The body. Let's go to the face or the head. I want to do the head first before I go into the house. So let's do the head first. I guess we can just pull it out here like this. And over here. There you go. That's the face. Very pretty simple body, as I said before. There you go. Let's now shape it into like an actual snail. Oh, hold on. Ah, okay. There you go. Oh, look at that. That's the head. Looks immediately like a snail, right? No, we still have to do a few changes. Okay, I'm gonna make it wider because the snail is actually pretty wide. There you go. It is just pretty flat. That's why you don't really see it that much when you look at it. Just, you know, sitting there. But the snail seems to be quite wide, especially like they have these flaps on the side. If I look at the reference, that's why what I'm trying to imitate here. I want to remove some of this here. Make it stronger. There you go. Perfect. Remove some of this as well. Okay, so those are the two flaps on the side right here. This one and this one. It goes all the way back, but of course, if it's, you know, sitting there on the ground, it's quite flat because it's lying on the ground. But we can at least make this edge a little bit sharper. There you go. It was pretty round. This should be pretty, a little bit, you know, a little bit sharper. There you go. Nice and wobbly. Make it nice and wobbly so you can create a nice natural looking body. I also want to resize or fix the stripe at the bottom. There you go. Okay, let's continue. We have the bottom right here. I want to make this just a little bit sharper, or just a little bit more distinct. The flaps on the side. There you go. That almost immediately looks more like a snail. I want to also increase the neck thickness. So I'm going to use my good old, what is it? Not cube brush, but the clay strips brush. I never really, you know, learned the names. I always just know what I need to use to get what I want. So I don't really know all the names. There you go. That's pretty good. I think it's time for the house. So the house is pretty simple to make. We're just going to grab the good old mask brush. We're going to increase it all the way to 1. And then we can go in here and probably start from here. There you go. Go more to the front. Of course, it's not just like a circle shape. It's pretty long. There you go. Pretty wide as well. Pretty round at the back. There you go. Okay. Maybe a little bit longer. Also a little bit wider. There you go. Okay, perfect. That's pretty good. Now I'm going to invert it. We're going to grab the good old snake hook and we're going to pull out a house. And there you go. We're done. No, we're not. We have to shape this into an actual house. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this back a little bit. This part at the front is slightly lower than the back. So more like this. This is also kind of overhanging at the back. Not too much though. Okay. It is also wider than the body, on one side at least. So what we could probably do... It is... Oh, that's interesting. It is also kind of rotated on the body itself, so it's not like perfectly symmetrical, of course, as everything in reality is. So what I'm going to do probably is I'm just going to create the basic shape first, and then we can go into some more detail by going in here and creating asymmetry on the shell, I guess you could say, the house. I don't even know if it's called house in English. It's just, that's what it's called in German, and that's why I say house. There you go. Snail house? That sounds weird. Okay, let's create the general shape. This has to be rounder first of all. Let's look at it. Okay, need some more over here. More volume. Okay, that's pretty good. Then at the front, we need to remove some. Welcome. Shell? Is it shell? Welcome, Loki. Hope you've enjoyed your Monday. Is it shell? I don't know. I would guess it's shell, but I don't know. There you go. Making this nice swirl in the middle. Of course, we need to, you know, remove it on one side in the end because it's asymmetrical, but we can do that in a second. Okay. Let's do the face. Or let's move this a little bit more. There you go. Let's go to the face, or the head. Create these small little antennas. I actually read, I don't know if that's true, but I read that these, I guess, eyes aren't really eyes. They're more like antennas. They can actually not see with them. They can just sense. I don't know if that's true, or I guess they're, you know, antennas that, you know, pick up light, which would be sort of like eyes. All I know is that I somewhere on the internet heard that those are not eyes. You know that you can always believe what you hear on the internet, so I'm quite, you know. Oh, okay, that looks weird. That looks more like horns. That's a reliable source. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's make this top, the tip, a little bit bulkier for the antenna / eye, whatever it is. Push it out just a little bit. We need some more geometry. We can probably go into more detail because, you know, the body is quite simple, so we can get into detail a little bit closer. I mean, faster. There you go. Smooth that out a little bit as well. There you go. Nice little eyes. And they also have these small little, like the mustache at the bottom. So we're going to go in here. We're going to make a new selection with the good old mask tool right there. No, they're actually more on the side, are they? Yeah. Or like over here. The mustache. We're going to invert it, and we're going to create or pull out another part, which will be shorter. More like this. There you go. Little mustache. Okay, perfect. That's the face. We can probably, you know, make it more asymmetrical to make it look more realistic, which is probably what we're gonna do now. Yeah, let's do that now. I'm gonna save it real quick so we don't lose all the progress that happened once, so I don't want it to happen again. Let's save it real quick. 148. There you go. Okay. Let's go in here and set it to 50 so we have more resolution on the brush, so we can create some detail. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bottom part here. I'm going to decrease the strength a little bit so it's not too harsh on these edges, and I just want to make these a little bit more wobbly and soft looking. There you go. Make them a little bit sharper as well. There you go. I think this you know, this flap on the side kind of connects to the mustache. Is that, if I see that correctly? No, it actually connects in the middle right here. So it goes like this. A little bit bigger. There you go. Perfect. Let's go to the back and define this part here a little bit more as well. There you go. I think the shell could actually be, I guess, a more difficult piece to sculpt, just because it has quite a huge rotation. I guess we don't have to, you know, fully recreate it if I like how I see it in the render, or not in the render, in the reference. But you know, I try to get as close as possible, of course. So let's see how well we can convert it or recreate it. There you go. Let's do the eyes now. The eyes are like very low resolution, have a low resolution, so we definitely need to add some more, because right now it looks very blocky. Basically adding double the resolution, or you know, even more, really helps making these, I guess, more stable even, because usually sometimes if you have very low resolution on a dynamic topology, with dynamic topology enabled, it can happen that you lose some of your, I guess, protrusions, you could call it, like pieces that are very, you know, basically off of the main part of the mesh, which with a very low resolution might be just, I guess, removed, because it kind of sees it as like an unnecessary part of the sculpt, and it just removes it. So adding more resolution to your brush definitely makes it easier and avoids this problem. Let's do the mustache as well. There you go. And it also just, you know, looks smoother. Oh, this looks kind of flat, so I'm going to need some more depth here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the advanced settings, front faces only, so I don't affect the other side of the mesh. There you go. Adding more. There you go. Perfect. Smoothing it. Okay. We're going to add asymmetry in just a second. I just want to make sure that everything that we can still adjust with symmetry enabled looks good. Actually, the end of this mustache is actually a little bit wider as well. Not exactly like the antennas or eyes at the top, but they're just a little bit thicker than the rest. There you go. Just like that. Perfect. Okay. I guess it's time for the shell. We, first of all, save it real quick, and then we go into symmetry, remove symmetry right there. And then we can go in here and sketch out. Oh no, please don't lag on me. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes if I disable symmetry, it just lags out completely, and then I can't do anything for, I don't know, like 3 minutes or so, which is super annoying if you're, you know, doing a quick scope, for example. Because you're trying to be quick, and then the program just says, nope, I need some time for myself. Please let me handle some business or whatever. I don't know what it does, but you can, you know, the cursor just freezes. The program doesn't really freeze, it's the cursor freezes, and it just has to sort itself out, which is so annoying sometimes. Okay, so I guess we could tilt it to the right side, which would mean we can grab this and push it over here a little bit. Oh, that might be too much. Nope. Push it over here. Push this side over here as well. There you go. Okay. We then smooth it out some more. Of course, the more resolution you have, the harder it'll be to smooth out big shapes, just because it kind of takes the amount of, I guess, geometry into account when it comes to smoothing out stuff. That's why it's very useful to, you know, just if you want to refine, I guess, the harsh edges of your character, for example, what you can do is you can, you know, go over the corners or the edges with a higher resolution brush, and okay, yeah, and just reinforce them basically. Similar to, I guess, subsurface scattering. No, yeah, subsurface. No, is it subsurface scattering? Yeah. Okay. Let's go into the connection from the shell to the body. It starts right here. There you go. Then goes all the way up, around, then ends in this twirl in the middle. Oh, that's too short. There you go. I wonder if they go all the way into, I guess they need to. Or if they always, you know, go all the way into the middle, or if they can just, you know, push further into the shell if they need to, you know, if they want to go all the way in. There you go. I know it looks very, very flat. That's what we're gonna fix in just a second. Just trying to get the main shape in here. There you go. Okay, let's fix this drawn on look. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of smooth this out because this is still part of the snail's body. There you go. Perfect. If we have some more time, we can also kind of create this this weird, I guess, skin texture on the snail. But it all depends on if we have more time. I want to smooth this out some more. There you go. Okay, so now let's create the actual shell piece. What I want to do first, I want to go in here and kind of create this nice crease to start off the rounding. Because of course, if you have a crease, everything, you know, there's like I guess, bevel you could call it around it. That's what I'm trying to create right here. This deepening, of course. That's the beginning of it. I wonder if it's the same, if it has the same shape on the other side. If I, you know, take from my imagination, or, you know, if I remember correctly, I think it's the same, you know, swirl on the other side as well. It just, you know, inset, I think. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay, let's do a better, job at making this round. It looks very flat right now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here, add some more volume over here to make it rounder. Actually, maybe 50 is actually too much right now. I think I'm just going to continue with this. I don't want to go back to 20 because of the fear of losing some detail. There you go. Perfect. We could even keep the structure that, you know, just got created by the clay strip brush, but I'm just going to smooth it out because I think that looks better. Although this looks kind of weird now because it looks kind of like it's broken, but we'll keep it. We need some more over here. There you go, smooth it out. Okay. That's why you should always, you know, go into the next level of resolution level when you're ready, or when you're done with the current one, when you're content with the current one. You know, it would be easier to smooth out, I guess, the surface and not have these weird bumps if I would still have 20 resolution. But I decided to go into the next one. Now I'm suffering the consequence. Of course, I can always go back to 20, but, you know, I don't want to do that now. I'm stubborn. There you go. Trying to make this a little bit rounder by just adding some more detail. Nice concave surface. There you go. Wait, is concave the one that goes in or the one that goes out? There you go. I think concave is the one that goes in, right? It's like a pit. There you go. We have 11 minutes left, so plenty of time to finish the sculpt, make it look, I guess, somewhat okay, and then we can go into post-production, and then we can go into the rules, or not the rules, but the tips and tricks. I collected them, I think, since Monday last week. They gathered up pretty quickly. And I think there are some very, very useful, and you know, all of them can be very useful. Some of them might be pretty, I guess, situational in when you can use them. But I think overall, all of them are very, very useful in making sure that your proportions look right. They're pretty simple to, I guess, to learn, because they're quite intuitive. And yeah, I think they are a great help in learning character modeling and character, I guess, human anatomy in general. There you go. We could even, yeah, I guess I can just keep the structure because I like the structure quite quite a lot, so I'm going to keep it. I'm just going to go over this one again, just add some more to get the same structure in here as well. There you go. I just have to figure out how to... I wanted to display the tips on stream or on the screen, so you can always see which tip we're talking about right now. I just have to kind of figure out how to do that, I guess, the best way possible. We could probably... I could probably just pull up a text, you know, new notepad file and just display that on stream, maybe. We'll see. There you go. Let's do the same on the other side now. We have the good old crease tool that we're going to use to create the other side of the shell as well. So this one needs to go in, right? So we probably just create the inside part first. Is there a... I have no reference of the other side. That's odd. Someone's trying to hide something. Oh, maybe it isn't even there. It seems like it is actually, you know, the inner part, like the or the pit, I guess, is like on the other like on the snail itself. I'm just gonna put it in here. It should be pretty low though. Maybe over here somewhere. There you go. Okay. Like that. So now we're gonna go in here and do the same. There you go. Starting off pretty simply. This one though is a little bit lower because, you know, the tilt that I mentioned before, the tilt in the snail shell. There you go. Pretty simply like this. Let's add some more volume. Go in here. There you go. Oh, we need to, of course, connect the two sides so we can keep the same structure going. Also, we need to make it pretty round, so I need to add way more volume on some of these parts. They're quite flat, but with the clay brush, that shouldn't be a big problem. There you go. It'll probably still look kind of rough in the end. That's just the nature of I guess the quick sketch. There you go. Especially down here, it looks very flat, so adding some more is definitely necessary. Let's connect these two pieces. There you go. Go over here, close this hole, and then we can go into the middle part right here. Okay, let's see. So let's connect this piece here first, and then we can go into the swirl itself. Let's see, we probably need way more geometry over here. Way more volume, we need more volume. So let's do that now. There you go. It's always kind of hard to really gauge how much you can really do in a, I guess, quick sketch, 30-minute quick sketch. That's why I usually keep, you know, I don't really do full body sculpts that much for animals or whatever, just because it takes quite a long time and kind of you need to do some preparation, otherwise it just looks goofy because of all the, you know, usually the proportions look like super wrong if you don't really prepare and create a base mesh. So you know, that's why I usually try to stay at the face, but of course with a snail it's not really that that complex, so we can still go into the full body. There you go. This one of course needs to go in, so we kind of have to stay pretty low with the volume, otherwise we're just gonna create the same effect that we had on the other side. There you go. We can probably also go in here and add some more depth. There you go. Okay, that's pretty cool, I think. I want to keep the structure, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to fix some of these areas here, like here, stuff where it looks too flat, where it shouldn't be. There you go, where it just needs a little bit more volume, right there. Okay, looks kind of like a tire, but that's okay. We can probably go in here and make this a little bit... Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to go in here and pull it out. There you go. Okay, perfect. Let's, wait, how much time do we have? 4 minutes? Oh. We can probably add a little bit of a, you know, what is it called? The structure on the snail itself. So just going in here and creating these small little dots right there probably helps making it look more, I guess, detailed. I don't really know if you can see them in the end, but that doesn't matter. At least we can add them. We have some more time, so why not spend it on something useful? There you go. We can probably only do like the head part. We have to do it quite quickly, so we don't have to, we can't really plan out too much. But that's okay. That was always the problem when we did the environment quick sketches. You always kind of had to just do, you couldn't really plan out. So, you know, you always had to kind of think through the whole process before you start, which was kind of hard sometimes. And when something goes wrong, you kind of have to experiment and improvise, which is kind of annoying and hard sometimes. Okay, let's do the other side, and then we can maybe even pose the eyes a little bit, or the antennas, whatever it is. There you go. Creating these small little... It looks like scales, or, you know, like a reptile skin a little bit. I wonder why it looks like that. Because it's just like a, you know, soft, smooth surface. It doesn't really require... You know, there's nothing hard there. Maybe it's the only protection that the snail has for whatever it is. Which, you know... Looking at all the predators that eat snails, I don't think this small little soft tissue can protect, you know, the snail. Maybe it's just, I guess, you know, skin shedding off. That could be it. We have 3 minutes left. Perfect. So I'm just going to finish the head part with these bumps, and then we can go and sculpt. I mean, what is it? Pose the snail, or the snail's head at least. There you go. Other side looks good. Let's do the same on here, kind of like a gradient over here, just getting less and less of these bumps right there. To fade it out a little bit. Of course, if I would do the whole, you know, if I had some more time, I would do the whole body, but we don't have any time. So we have to stick to the head. There you go. Okay, now that we have that, let's go into the head. Shaping the head. What we could do is we could just grab the snake hook and kind of rotate it. Oh. Then we can just pull it, you know, kind of like to the side over here. There you go. Look at that. That looks way better already. This one is kind of pulled over here. I'm going to pull it back so it kind of looks less stretchy. Maybe even over here. This one looks to the front like this. Look at that. This one looks kind of, you know, long. So I'm going to make it more like an eye, or like rounder. There you go. Okay, perfect. The other ones can be probably, you know, a little bit... posed as well. Asymmetry makes a character look immediately more realistic, or I guess believable, because nothing really is fully perfectly symmetrical in real life. 1 minute 7. What could we do? What could we do? We could probably finish the scales or whatever that is on the front part of the face as well. There you go. Perfect. Okay. And there you go. Perfect. That's it. We have 43 seconds left. I think I'm gonna stop there. Maybe we could make, I can probably grab my grab brush and just make this part here a little bit rounder. Oh, there you go. That's way better now. Haha, look at that. Perfect. Maybe push this in a little bit more. There you go. Perfect. Okay, that's cool. I like that. You know, I always, you know, when I did the environment modeling or the environment quick sketches, I always wanted to have animal models to use them in, you know, in the environment sketches. So this is kind of like a, you know, I can now use these models in other projects, which always helps, you know, speeds up time, whether that is like for like a perfect or like a big project or just like a quick sketch. It is always nice to have some models that you can just grab and use. There you go. Okay, perfect. We don't need the timer anymore. Be gone. There you go. Let's light the snail. I think the snail is pretty big, so I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. There you go, make a small snake. We don't need this lighting because we're gonna append the lighting. Thank you, Loki. Do you sculpt as well? Do you or are you more the hard surface modeling type of person? I know there's like it seems like there's a camp. You're either the person that, you know, finds it easier to do hard surface modeling, or you're the person that finds it easier to do sculpting. I'm definitely the latter. It's way easier for me to sculpt than do hard surface modeling. Or maybe I just have, you know, more experience with sculpting. There you go. Aha, look at that. Perfect. Yeah, it's like it feels like there's just like a big divide between the two, you know? You can, you know, if you can do one, you can basically do half all the things you can do in Blender. You can model almost, you know, half all the stuff that you can model in Blender. If you can do the other one, you can do the other half. And kind of combining the two makes you like the ultimate modeling pro. Yeah, that's why I want to go into hard surface modeling as well at some point, because I want to go, you know, I want actually to be able to sculpt anything I want. I kind of just want to think about anything, you know. If I think about how I could sculpt for example like an animal, I kind of have like the general workflow in my head. But for sculpting a, I don't know, like a car or like a motorcycle, I have no idea how I would even start, and or how I could ensure that I have a good end result, I guess. So is one of these, you know, things that I definitely want to get into at some point, because even, you know, characters can have armor or other hard surface, you know, accessories, for example, that you can't really sculpt. So it kind of, at some point, if you really want to create the best looking models you can, you kind of have to get into it, like both. So probably at some point I'm gonna look more into hard surface modeling. I think the real thing that I'm kind of missing right now is just how to start, because that is kind of always, I guess, the problem, or, you know, the thing when you want to learn something new. At the beginning you have no idea how it works. You don't even know how to start. But then once you watch a tutorial, you kind of get the hang of it. Oh, that's how you can do it. And then you think further. Okay, that's how you can do this. You can do that. And then you kind of learn by just thinking about it. But you kind of have to get that beginning spark to really actually get the ball rolling. Before that, you kind of just don't even know how to start. There you go. Okay. Light the snail. That's pretty good. We're gonna move this slide over here a little bit, maybe. Create a nice contour. I think that's pretty cool. This part is pretty bright. We could also pull the light to this side, but then, this is pretty cool. I like this. Just highlighting the outer, or the structure of the shell a little bit. There you go, perfect. Okay. Let's do the good old sketch render, so we can do some post-production in here. I guess all I do really in here, at least in the Blender post-production, is add glare, because I like glare. Oh, save it once more, and there you go. Shouldn't take too long. Few seconds, easy. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the best way to do it. Yeah, I guess just going bigger and bigger with every project is definitely the way to go. The only thing I guess I kind of, fear is that you learn if you just, learn by yourself, is learning I guess, faulty or wrong workflow by yourself, which means that at some point you kind of have to relearn everything, which is, always the most annoying part, because you basically, wasted your time learning how to do it just to do it wrong. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Let's render the full HD version, and then we can go into Photoshop, do some more post-production. Then I'm gonna post it. You're gonna see the good old quick sketch, I guess, compilation, and then we're gonna go into the 50+ tips for character modeling, or character sculpting, I guess. Character sculpting and anatomy tips and tricks and facts, everything. Okay, let's render it. There you go. There's another new feature that they added, or I guess change that they've made for the rendering tab. Every time you render something, you get this window, this new pop-up window that shows you the render. You see this one down here, but I have another one on top of the one that I have right here, or that you see. They changed it actually so that if you I guess, click out of this pop-up window, it stays on top of the rest of Blender, which is actually pretty helpful. I always kind of wanted that, because then you can keep the pop-up window. You can still see the pop-up window, but you can still do changes in your Blender program. You can still click in here and you can still see the big pop-up window, which is actually pretty useful. I'm gonna drink something real quick. Always keep in mind to stay hydrated. I'm pretty bad at that. I always forget to drink when I'm concentrating on a project. And then, 4 hours later, I just think, oh wait, I didn't drink at all in the last 4 hours. Oh, welcome back, Matthew. Hope you've enjoyed your weekend. Maybe it's getting warmer where you are as well. Maybe it's already warm. For me, at least, it got pretty warm, I think 2 weeks ago, then there was some rain, so it got pretty cold again, like 20 degrees or even less. And now it's got back up to probably like 28, so it's quite enjoyable. It's not too hot that you need a fan, but it's also not too cold, so that you have to run around in long sleeve clothing, which is the best temperature that you can have. Okay. Yeah, okay. Then wait, holidays? Oh yeah, right. It's June. I remember the good old days of holidays in June. At least in school. 148. But usually, for me at least, the holidays, the school holidays, like 6 weeks, we always had like 6 weeks at a time, which was just way too much for me. 6 weeks at a time just doing nothing or not going to school, which is, I think at least the last 2 weeks were just kind of, I guess, dragging out, just boring. But yeah, I wonder why that was, because I usually pretty, if you're free, you can just do whatever you want, so why would you be bored? But I guess just because, you meet all the people in school, which you kind of miss, I guess. Okay, let's get into Photoshop. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Post-production. First of all, I guess if we can use some contrast, just to make it stick, make it look more defined. What I then also like to do is use the good old selective color correction, usually to just dial down the gray tones to make it even more, I guess, make the contrast even bigger. I like to combine brightness and contrast, just because, brightness and selective color correction, contrast and selective color correction, just because with contrast, the contrast, I guess, adjustment layer bumps down the dark areas and then increases the white areas, and the gray just stays in the middle. With selective color correction, you can also adjust the gray tones, so you can just bump down the gray tones like this, or what you can do is you can also just go in here and create, I guess, the same effect that you can have in the contrast adjustment layer, which is you just bump down the blacks and then increase the whites. But of course, what you can also do is just go to the gray tones and adjust this one individually, which is very useful if you just want to make it, increase the, I guess, the levels a little bit. I find that very useful, just bumping down the grays a little bit. It just looks way better like this than just like this, see how it differs just by increasing or decreasing the gray tones. And then, as always, I need my good old fingerprint texture so I can finish the look. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I'm in the wrong folder. Wait. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Right now we're doing no color. We're not using any colors, just black and white, just because at some point I decided to switch to black and white for these quick sketches, just because then it's easier to do. I guess you can do more in 30 minutes if you don't have to care about color. But yet now I'm getting kind of tired of just using black and white, so I definitely want to get back to using color as well, because it can be a very, very good aspect of, it can just make the image more interesting. But we have a project that we at some point continue and hopefully, finish, that will bring back the color. So the color is tied to a project that we might do next week. We'll see. Okay, let's finish this quick sketch so we can get into the next topic, the tips. Oh, there you go. Save the JPEG so I can import it into my phone. Perfect. Okay. Let's get back. Oh, let's get back to Blender. Where's my phone? There it is. Oh, hello. There you go. Okay. Import the good old quick sketch. I actually just today released a video on my videos channel talking about all the sculpt settings. First of all, I guess explaining all the general sculpt settings that there are, or that are important, and then also going over I guess the settings that I use, the brushes that I use. I think it came out probably an hour ago, so if that's interesting to you, it's probably like 30 minutes long. You can check that out as well. Link should be in the description. We also talked about it probably last week on Monday, where we began the good old, or the last character that we finished, that you can also see in today's, I guess in this stream's thumbnail, the ogre. Why do I always say ogre? Orc. The orc that we've finished last week. There you go. And then on Thursday probably I'm gonna release another video, 2 videos per this week. Exciting. Going over how to create a full realistic character in 4 minutes. I basically talk about the whole process on how to start, how to continue, and how to end to create a full-blown realistic character, and kind of showing off the workflow that I've used for the orc character. If you haven't seen it before, hold on, I can show it to you. I don't know, I think I've never shown it on stream, at least the finished version. Hold on. Yeah, let's go in here into Blender. There you go. That's what we've done last week. It's crazy how great the skin shader works. All these small bumps, I haven't done any of them. They are just all procedural, which is very, very helpful for creating believable skin. Yeah, and then of course, you know, the hair. We've been working on this, I guess, for three streams in a row, and then the scope was probably 2 or just 1. I don't even remember. Yeah, but that's what we've done yet last week. If you want to see the whole process, you can see that, or there's a separate playlist on here, or you can also check out the video on Thursday, kind of going over, I guess not exactly like the workflow that I use here, or basically, but you know, I'm talking more generally, but I'm still showing off footage from how we created this. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that there. Hold on, I can't even leave that there. I imported the image, so now we're almost ready to get into the facts and tips. Before we do that though, I want to upload the image to social media. So you're going to see a quick 3-minute compilation of the projects that we've done in February and March. I'm probably going to do another compilation at some point, maybe for the last 2 months. So yeah, hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. there you go. Back at it again. Let's go into the next topic. Hold on. Okay. So, I want to figure out something real quick, which is how I can show off all these tips on screen on multiple scenes. I could also, I could always just, pull up another window and just type it in here. But then if I switch to Photoshop, which I'll probably do to show off, or, to I guess, demonstrate some tips, I want to show them still on screen. So what I'm probably going to do is just put them over here by just creating a new text file where I can just type them in. So, okay, there you go. I'm going to make a new one called test real quick, just so we can, add it. So we need a new source, which will be text. There you go. Call it tips. Okay. We need a file. Welcome back, Jordan. Hope you have also enjoyed your weekend. You just came in time to join the next topic, which will be, of course, 50 plus tips and tricks for anatomy and overall sculpting of characters to increase, I guess, to level up your character sculpts. Hold on, I need to find the new text file, and then we can start. Oh, I'm in the wrong one, the wrong folder, of course. There you go. I have too many folders. There it is. There you go. Aha, look at that. That's a test text. Let me adjust. Oh, the font. What do we need? Not, yeah, let's use that. Okay, perfect. That's too thin. Bold, thank you. Okay, let's make it smaller. I can probably just, do this. There you go. Okay. Is that big enough? I think so, right? Yeah, that's definitely big enough. I probably need to make it even smaller because, we need to display 50 tips at the same time. Yeah, we'll see about that later. Okay. So now if I type in here, let's say 50 tips to, that's probably too long, 50 tips. There you go. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Perfect. So, yeah, I need to make it a little bit smaller, probably. Like this. Can I put a background? Oh, I can. Hold on. There you go. How big is this? Aha, that's perfect. Let's put it to 75%. Perfect. Now we can still see behind it. Okay, so we, of course, go over 50. Oh, let's call it 50 plus tips. Let's save that. Come on, let me move it. Don't snap, please. Okay, perfect. Where's my file? Or I closed the file. There you go. Okay. So, first of all, I need my other file where I have all my tips and tricks. There you go. Perfect. I have both. Oh, I closed everything. Perfect. Okay. Professionalism at its best. Okay. So, let's begin with the 50 tips and tricks. The 50 tips and tricks for your character sculpts that not only includes general, I guess, sculpting workflow tips, but also tips you can, for your sculpting. I have only one for sculpting, but maybe there are some more that I can think of later that just come in my head. And then a lot of anatomy tips and tricks, or facts rather, that will hopefully help you in creating more realistic and believable, I guess, characters, likable characters, maybe even with more character, more unique to just overall make it easier to create I guess realistic characters. So I have it, I guess, set up into multiple topics, or multiple how do you call it, like, I guess, yeah, topics. Let's say topics. The first one is general tips and tricks. Oh, save that. There you go. General. So the general tips. Okay, I need to make it smaller. Just scream when it's too small. I guess we could. Hold on. What about? You know what? Hold on. Okay, I have an idea. There you go. That should be big enough, right? 50 tips. Yeah, that should be big enough. We probably have to make it like two. You know, make two columns, but we'll see. Okay, so general, I mean basically the workflow, or just I guess tips overall that makes it easier, or just I guess help you in creating better looking characters. So the first one is basically go from or work in layers. What I mean by that is the face is made up of multiple layers. You have the bone layer, the most bottom part of the face. The bone layer basically creates the structure of the face, where everything else sits on top of. Okay, let me just add that too. There you go. Perfect. So, tip number 1, bone, muscle, fat. You sculpt the bone first to create the general structure of the face. Then you go and add the muscles on top, and then you can add the fat. This way, it is just easier to create a, I guess, realistic looking face, because then you can focus fully on each individual layer without having to, I guess, kind of push them in together. It's basically like if you build a house. You would never, start with the walls if you don't have the foundation. Or you wouldn't, put in furniture if you don't have, I don't know, the foundation. So you should always start with the lowest part of the lowest layer first, which would be the bone, because the bone is the most significant part of a face. The bone determines how wide a face is, what the jaw shape is, like from here, like how wide it is, the cheekbones, how high they are, how wide they are, how flat a face is, where the nose sits, if there's like a small bump on your nose. For me, for example, there's a small bump, or the forehead, how it looks. That's all determined generally, or overall, by the bones. So it is very important that you basically focus on each individual layer before, or rather than just going in and creating the whole face immediately. At least, in my experience, and I have heard others say that as well, it is way easier to do it in this order than just pushing it, trying to shape it immediately all together. Just because all these 3 parts are important for a face, but it is quite hard to kind of imagine how the bone looks under the muscle if you try to, create both at the same time. So, tip number 1, create work in layers. Start with the bone structure, then add the muscles on top, then add the fat on top. The next one is probably like a more like a demonstration. I, in the beginning, quite, I guess struggled sort of to create a I guess effective skull shape. I think just actually recently I discovered a pretty simple way of sculpting a human skull that immediately includes basically most of your human the skull. It kind of defines almost everything immediately. I can show you what the workflow looks like. So if we go into sculpting, there you go. I usually always start with a sphere, because if you look at the head, the top part of the head is basically a sphere. I always have my my dude right here. Hold on, there you go, my reference dude. And if you look at him, can you see that? He has basically a sphere at the top, and then at the bottom is just like small, the jaw basically. Of course, the head isn't like a perfect circle. It's more like an oval, but that works for the beginning. So what I usually do is, of course, I need some more type, resolution, so I can actually shape this this sphere. Okay, so what I like to do is I like to use the snakehook brush. And how do I use the snakehook brush? I basically create the general shape first. So I add the jaw to the top part of the head, and then I basically sculpt in the cheekbones, the this part right here. You can see this lower, I guess this deeper pit, I guess you can call it, under the cheekbone, and then also this flat region on the side of the eyes. So how do I do this? Pretty simple. Hold on, let me fix this. There you go. Oh, there you go. So what I do is I just go into the middle of the face, maybe a little bit lower. I just pull it down like this. I then make it maybe a little bit wider. I pull it back like this. You can also then push it up and rotate it a little bit. There you go. This is basically the beginning of the skull. And then what you can do is you can go in here and use your clay strips brush, remove some of the volume over here, like this. Maybe a little bit too high, maybe just like here. Then you do the same on top, like this. And then you've immediately included cheekbone, that is right here. If I smooth that out, that's a little bit easier to see. Like this, maybe a little bit lower. And then also, what you can do is you can just, now add to create the bone structure that what I show you right now. The beginning of the sculpt, creating the bone structure first, as I said in the first tip. Then you can just add the, oh, wrong brush. The eye holes. And then you can continue with stuff like, the mouth, like over here. And then you can go back in here to create a very, very simplistic skull shape. You don't have to create a perfectly, shaped skull. It doesn't have to be, a photorealistic skull, so that you can then continue into the next part of the head. It just, is supposed to lay the groundwork for everything that comes on top. This looks kind of deformed right now, but yeah, I think the one that I've created for the orc character looks better. But yeah, that's the general start, how I create a skull. I guess the bone structure of the face. Just going in here, pulling it down a little bit to create the jaw region right here, and then going into removing this part right here and this part to create basically the shape of the cheekbone that starts right here, going back. There you go. And then next part is basically adding the eye hole. Okay, so that is the second tip, sculpting the most basic skull shape, basically how to do it, how I do it. This one looks quite kind of scuffed, but you probably get the gist on how I start. There you go. I would go in here and just maybe refine this some more. Okay, that is necessary for this demonstration, but yeah, okay. So next up, hold on. There you go. The next tip is reference is key. For everything that you do, especially if you do realistic characters, reference is always the most important part that you need to create a realistic character. You can sculpt as much as you want, you can learn as much as you want. When it comes to faces, because there are so many variables in the face, how your face might look, you have a big face. If you especially do expressions, it is super hard to really just imagine how expressions look, how every single fold gets created by, moving your eyes or moving your mouth. It is just too hard to really imagine how it looks like, in real life, and then transfer it onto your sculpt. So what you should always have to create super realistic characters, or I guess characters in general, especially if you do likeness sculpting, you definitely need reference. Hold on. So reference is almost the most important part, or yeah, basically one of the most important parts to create realistic looking characters. It is the ultimate helper for you to always rely, or so that you can always fall back on something, so you can be sure that you're on the right track. So you can basically say, okay, well, how would the nose look like for this character? How could a nose look like? Okay, well, the nostrils go over there, and then you have this nub in the middle, or in the at the top, and then you have the bridge going into the forehead. There are so many small details in the face that you can't really just imagine or learn, that it is always important to have reference on your side. So I can probably show you the reference that I've used for my orc character. Hold on. And also what you can use reference, of course, for is for inspiration. Inspiration being stuff like, you know, you just have a general, what I, for example, had for this orc character. You have a general idea on how your character could look like, but you don't really know, basically, you don't know exactly how she will look. You kind of create that while you're working. So when you know, collect your references, you can not only look for real life representation of what you want to create in the sculpt itself, but you can also look for inspirations on how you can, or on inspiration that you can incorporate into your character as well. This way you do not just, I guess, copy your character. That is, I guess, sometimes something kind of people, I guess, recoil. Oh, if I use reference, I just copy what I see. But I mean, if you really, you know, if you're grabbing a nose from one, you know, reference, and then you grab, I guess, the ears from another, and then you grab the clothing from another, and the hair from another, is that really, you know, just copying? It's creating a whole new character with just, you know, inspiration from multiple references. So if you, for example, look at the references for this, for the orc character. Hold on, there you go. I need to copy it in here. There you go, perfect. So if you look at the references, you can see I've gathered quite a few. Usually if, you know, I work a little bit longer on a character, it's probably going to be more. But those are the ones that I've gathered or collected for my orc character. So stuff like, you know, general ideas on how the character could be shaped. You know, musculature, if the face looks more feminine, like this orc, for example, if the face looks more feminine or more, I guess, more orcish, more, I guess, you know, less feminine, I guess you could say. And we're going to go into what makes the character feminine a little bit more later. Stuff like what the hair could look like, having these small little pieces of metal in there, or what, you know, having braids. Overall, the facial structure, if the nose is long, if the nose is short, if the nose is turned up, if the mouth had small teeth in, if, you know, the ogre has small teeth, or yeah, if she looks more human-like, or if she looks more, I guess, orcish. That's what you can gather by collecting references. They do not only help you to kind of lead or collect your own ideas, inspire you, they also help you in, if you're working on a character for multiple days, maybe even multiple weeks, to kind of keep the same ideas in your head. They kind of collect, or they're kind of like the backup for your brain. So if you think about, you know, working on a character for so long, maybe you've you already gathered not tips, references for clothing, but you've been working on the face for like a week. Then you can still look back at the reference and kind of see, oh well, I kind of like this, so maybe I can create a character that has similar clothing like this, or oh, I can, you know, have something more like this, or maybe like a, you know, full body clothing like this, or rather sort of full body. You know, that's how you can use reference as well, just to kind of, you know, either gather ideas or to make sure that you can create a realistic character without having to fully rely on your imagination, from your I guess from your knowledge. You know, relying on your knowledge is always a bad idea. So yeah, reference is key. The next tip is basically how to more easily and more reliably create a full body character. If you see it right there, full body separate, no, for a full body, hold on, for a full body character, separate individual body parts, because usually, especially when you you know, want to create a realistic character, you want to make sure that all the proportions look right. The first character that I've ever created with a full body was a character that I sculpted completely out of a sphere. The problem with that is, at some point I kind of, you know, decided to continue, add some more detail, and then at some point I realized, oh well, the arms are too short. Well, how can you change that? You can just pull it out with your brush, maybe. Okay, well, that works kind of, but then you can distort everything and you kind of have to push it into place. Why not just create a base mesh and then work off of that? That comes all the way back to the first tip, working from the bottom up. Basically creating a base mesh first before you go into more detail. Going from very, very, I guess, low resolution to more high resolution. So what I mean is, I can probably show you what I mean if I still have the original file. That is another, I guess, character that we have created this month. I can probably show you this one. This should still show it. Hold on, it's still loading. So for this character, I've basically separated all the individual parts of her body into multiple small pieces. Okay, this one's immediately combined. So what I've basically done is I've used cylinders basically to create the arm, to create the fingers, everything individually. And then afterwards I combine them together so that I can more easily work on all the individual parts without having to, you know, mask them or whatever. So if we hide this, oh, there you go, don't save. There you go. So you can see right here. Here I've already connected the fingers, but the fingers were also just, you know, cylinders that I've combined together to create the fingers. Then I've also had I think a sphere for the palm part here, this part of the thumb, and then, you know, the bigger palm is just a cube or a sphere even. And I've separated all these pieces so I can first lay out basically the whole scene or the whole body before I then have to commit and basically sculpt all these pieces and combine them. This way, for example, like in here, it is way easier to, you know, to sculpt the arm without affecting the body. You can even, if you don't like the pose, you can still, you know, rotate the arm, kind of reposition it, maybe even move it over here. You can always change it without having to resculpt it. Imagine how hard it would be to do that with everything combined. You couldn't probably even do this, you know, moving this arm out like this. It would always be stuck right there, for example. But by separating all the individual pieces, all the individual limbs, you can make sure that everything looks right, or that everything, you know, plays together perfectly before you have to commit and add everything together to create the final piece. What I usually do is I start by basically creating each piece individually. So for example, for the arm, you have a cylinder over here. Hold on. You have a cylinder over here. You have a cylinder over here for the arm, for both, you know, forearm and upper arm. Then you have a few pieces for the palm, like 1 or 2. Then you have 3 for every finger. And then at the end, what I do is I go from small to big, combining first all the small pieces, and then the bigger pieces, then the big pieces. So I would go into here, combine the fingers together so I can sculpt them, you know, together. Then once those are ready, I can combine them with the palm so I can finish the hand. Then I would connect the hand to the finished forearm, and then I would connect the forearm to the upper arm. If I think the arm is ready to be connected to the full body, I can then go in here and add it to the full body. How you can connect these pieces is pretty simple. Sometimes if these pieces are too close together, can be kind of fidgety, but basically what you just do is, if you have, you know, these 2 pieces right here, you add a few subdivisions, pull it over here to create basically the upper arm. Oh, there you go. That's the upper arm, and then you have another one for the lower arm, like this. What you can then do is you can go into this one. We first apply the subdivision. There you go. And then you can go into Boolean and select the subject. It lags for a second. Hopefully, oh, it didn't select it. Hold on. Oh, this one. Okay. Then you use union, so you can bind the 2 together. You press Ctrl A on this, so you apply the mod. You can remove the duplicate. There you go. And now these pieces are combined into one. The problem is still that the topology is still intersecting. So how do we fix that? Pretty simple. Hold on. If I go to sculpting, is that now connected? I guess so, right? Maybe we don't even have to do this, but Yeah, it's actually connected already. But if it's not connected, what you can do is, hold on, there you go. You can then, if it's, you know, giving you problems, maybe the pieces aren't perfectly connected, what you can do is you can use the remesh modifier to kind of, you know, create new geometry to connect these pieces. What I like to do is probably use smooth or voxel, and then just increase the octree depth on smooth, and maybe, or if you use voxel, just decrease the voxel size to create a nice, I guess, starting geometry, because, you know, if you use dynamic topology, you're going to change the geometry anyway, but this is a good starting point to combine the limbs and then continue sculpting. Okay, yeah, so basically for a full body, separate each individual body part, so you can first make sure that everything is posed right or looks right in terms of anatomy and proportions before you fully commit on finishing or creating and detailing the character. And that basically concludes the general settings or the general tips. The next tips, there's one tip that I have for sculpting, and that is more for the detailing aspect, which basically is, hold on. The tip is when you create stuff like, you know, I guess very, very fine details on your character's skin, for example, like pores or stuff, you can apply textures to brushes. Textures through brushes. Oh, there you go. So what I mean is you can go in here into your brushes. Of course, if you want to apply textures, textures are quite fine. You need yeah, I guess very, very detailed. So what you can do now is, for example, for the body right here, you can go into sculpting and you can go into the dynamic topology. That is very important. You set it to a pretty high resolution. Let's set it to, I guess, let's say 300. There you go. If you compare that to the rest of the sculpt, it's probably going to be very, very high resolution. There you go. Look at that. Very, very dense. Well, that's perfect. Because now, hold on, I need to refocus the camera. What you can do now, you can go into the next tab, which would be, where is it? Not symmetry. It is in the brush. Yeah, it's in the brush settings. It is texture. There you go. You have two options. As far as I know, you have texture, and then you have another one, or they combined it just now. What you can do is you can just add an image, a black and white image to your brush that then gets picked up basically like a bump map. If you've ever used a bump map, dark in the black and white image means geometry goes down, and white means the geometry goes up. Gray, you know, 50% gray basically means nothing happens to the geometry. So if we add a brush to this, we add a new texture. We can change the brush by going into the texture tab and then using either, you know, an image, or we can use a texture we can choose from here. I mean, we could probably, you know, I have a few brushes for skin, but we can also use, you know, just a procedural texture, I guess, like this one. Maybe change the size a little bit, make it bigger, the depth as well. Maybe even going into colorand, making this a little bit harsher. There you go, look at that, perfect. Nice texture. Then we can go into the brush settings again. It should update. There you go. And then we can basically define what the mapping is like, how we apply the texture to the geometry. We can say view plane, tiled, whatever. Tiled basically means that if you brush, I can probably show it to you. If we use it now, you can see what it looks like. Ooh. If we brush now, it might be laggy. Hold on, let's see. See how it applies the texture to the surface. We can do a few adjustments to make it look more, I guess, you know, realistic. First thing first. Oh, hello. What we could do is we can set this from mapping to random. This makes sure that, which doesn't really happen with procedural textures, but if you have an image texture, of course, an image texture isn't procedural, which means it doesn't go into all directions in the X and Y direction. You know, procedural textures are basically images that can be increased or that can be scaled up by infinite. It's just basically a formula behind the image that creates the image. So because of, you can just add more and more and more to, you know, value X, you can create bigger and bigger textures. But with image textures, you have a set frame that you basically apply to your, to the brush that then gets applied to the surface. So if we go back in here and use an image texture, there you go. Let me just pull up one real quick. I'm gonna open it. If I remember correctly, it was in my settings right here. Resources, brushes, there you go. What do we have here? Vein, skins, there you go. So let's use this one. There you go. Do we see it? It's quite thin, I think. If we use it now, nothing happens because we have to re-enable dynamic topology. There you go. Okay, it's probably too flat. Hold on. Is it too... Okay. Let's use another one. What about this one? Nope, this one. Where? Oh, I know why. Oh, okay. Hold, yeah. Hold on. That's a good tip. Thank you. There you go. Okay. Thank you. Okay, sorry. That's too strong. Let's say clutch. I'm gonna call you clutch. Okay. Okay. So, let's get back into here. So, I just know, or I just see what the problem is. We have to bring back these values, or we can just deactivate it. Now you can see the texture. If we apply it, you can see what happens. It is very, very fine, first of all. And second of all, it is very, very harsh on the edges. So what we can do to make this... Dude, why is this always happening? There you go. What we can do to kind of ease the effect and make it more effective, because, you know, just brushing over here over and over and over again with this super, super harsh brush doesn't really create a good, I guess, seamless and very, very, you know, detailed skin texture. What you can do is you can go into your brush settings and first of all enable dynamic topology. Then what you can do is we can go from mapping view, where is it, tiles, which basically you know, puts the image that you apply to the texture right next to each other, so you have this very, very visible seam. What you can do is you can just use random, which basically randomizes the placement of the texture, which always makes sure that there's no seaming or that there are no seams, and you can just, yeah, basically sculpt, or you basically solve the seaming problem. The next problem is that there's this very, very harsh line on both sides. There's another tip we can use, or another trick you can use to solve that problem as well. How do we do that? Pretty simple. We can go into here. We can go to the brush settings and change the stroke method from space, which basically means if you move your brush, there's a certain set space, which is 6% right now, where it always places a new, I guess, you know, a new stroke. If we quickly remove the texture and just, you know, paint like this, you can see just a straight line. You can also see the stepping right here, which means if we increase the spacing maybe to 192, we can see what happens. The spacing is way bigger, which means the amount of times the brush will be applied is, you know, is further apart. So if we bring this back to 0% or 1%, we have a way, way smoother brush, which also makes it more laggy, which of course, you know, is a drawback to having this low of a spacing. But what we can also switch it to, we can switch it to anchored. What this basically does is you can define a point where you start the texture or the brush, where you start to apply the brush, and then you can pull it out to increase the radius, and you can also rotate the brush. So what you can do is you can, first of all, why is dynamic topology so scuffed? Why is it so so low resolution? Is it still? No, that's weird. Okay, but what you can do now is you can go in here and add the texture back in. You can make sure that dynamic topology is enabled. There you go. And now you can see that the texture is still applied. So you can pull it up. Why is it so low resolution now? That's weird. What if we hide? No, the texture is still there. That's weird. What if we change it to relative detail? There you go. Nope, that's weird. Okay, but you can still see in the effect. Welcome back, Yanis. What do you mean sculpt fast? I'm just demonstrating how to use textures for your brush. So yeah, what you can do is, it's not really visible because dynamic topology for some reason doesn't work, but you can first of all pull up and increase the size of your brush, and then you can also change the rotation. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna make a new file and then show it to you there, because I want to show you what happens, you know. I mean, the sculpture was already there. I just used one that I already had. Okay, let's go into sculpting. Let's do that again real quick. We make a new texture, image texture, open a new one. Or is it skin? There you go. This one. No, let's use this one. Perfect. That's the skin texture. Maybe I'll go into like another stream on how to create skin brushes. I've created a few which are quite useful. So now that we have that, we can go into the brush settings. Of course, as we said before, we need a texture. The texture is already applied. We also need dynamic topology. There you go. I usually use constant detail with 300 for the details. Then we can see what happens. There you go. Now we have a nice bumpy surface. What we can do now is we can switch the, first of all, from tiled to random, and then also the stroke from space to anchored. What that does, dude, anchored, it seems to be bugged, or I'm using the wrong one. But usually what anchored does, okay, this is weird. Okay, apparently anchor doesn't work anymore. So yeah, apparently anchor doesn't work anymore. But usually what anchor did was you can pull up your sculpt, or you can start creating the brush, or where you want to apply the brush. You can scale it, you can kind of rotate it, and then you can apply the brush afterwards. So you can perfectly apply your brushes wherever you need them. What you can also do to kind of ease the seam on the side of the brush is you can go to the fall off, and you can switch the sphere fall off to something like smooth or something else, which just, you know, smooths out the brush a little bit more. I would like to show you what anchor does, but apparently anchor is just broken. You know, it does something, but it doesn't really work. Oh, I have an older version of Blender. Hold on, let me see if that works. I know I'm kind of stalling, but I want to actually show you what happens. Hold on. Or if you tell me you get what I'm talking about, then you can also move on. There you go. Blender 2.9. Nothing happens. Hello. Okay, let's try. Oh, there it is. Oh, I opened two versions of Blender. Hello. Okay, there you go. Okay, so let's switch to the new version. I mean, to the old version that hopefully works. There you go. So let's try that again. So let's go in here, make it flat. There you go. Sculpting. Yeah, sometimes Blender is just not on the right level. Okay. Dynamic topology, set it to 300. Constant detail, 300. Fall off, we can do that later. First of all, what we need is to remove symmetry, because that's just annoying. For this demonstration texture, we need a texture. So let's make a new texture right here. Image, and open the image. There you go. Resources, brushes, skin, and there you go. So that's the skin, as you've seen multiple times now. Let's go in here. We have everything set up, so if you brush right there, we can see the skin. That's what we've seen before. So now let's see if the spacing method actually works. Let's set it to random, and stroke. Set it to anchored. So now hopefully it works. Either I'm doing something wrong, or I'm just dude. Okay. I don't know what happens, but I mean, what the problem is. But yeah, I don't know. You know, everything else works except for anchored. But the whole reason why anchored exists is basically to, you know, start here and then just make it bigger. And oh, there it is. Wait. Oh, I know why. Oh, hold on. Let's set it back to random. That was random, right? Why is it only over there? That's interesting. What if I change it to detail fulfilled? So, oh, that shouldn't take long. Maybe the resolution was the problem. Maybe it can't really, you know, didn't you know, use dynamic topology as effective as it needs to create the bumps. So now I just use detail fulfill to basically create the, or you know, increase the resolution of the whole sphere to 300, which means Blender freezes, but hopefully it's gonna be back in a second. Yeah, but that's basically the only, I guess, sculpting tip that I have. If you want to know more about how I use the general, or how I set up the general settings for my sculpting, or my sculpting settings, and also what brushes I use, I have a video on my videos channel that just released today, where I basically talk about which brushes I use. Spoiler, there are only 6 that I use. All the other ones I never use. So you basically only need 6 to really create any character or anything, any sculpt you really want. And then also going over all the settings, how you set them up, and what they basically do. Or the most important parts, the most important ones. There you go. Now that's a little bit laggy, but we could see if we smooth it, we have more geometry. So now hopefully this works. If we go in here and use anchored, we have 3 million vertices on this sphere. Oh, it's freezing again. I think this is not gonna work. Okay. Okay, well, I guess I can't show it to you. Maybe you have to experiment with it yourself. But yeah, so if you want to apply textures like you know, skin textures on your brush, and then use it to create skin or skin pores on your character, for example, you can use a texture applied to the brush in here, and then you can use the mapping random, then switch the stroke method to anchored, so you can, you know, create individual blobs of or more precisely place your brush, and thus place the skin pores. That's the tip that I have for sculpting. If you want to create skin, what I've created, or what I've used to create the skin of my female orc character is basically just render. There you go. This one. Oh, it's still frozen, right? Oh no. Let's go back to display capture. So what I've basically used for this character is I've created a procedural skin texture that you're also gonna be able to copy if you look or watch the video that's gonna come out on Thursday on my videos channel, basically going over how I created this character from beginning to end in 4 minutes. There are basically just 2, I guess, procedural nodes that I use for this skin, and I think it looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's you know, for quick characters, that's a good that's an easy, oh, there you go. That's an easy way to create believable skin. There you go, look at that. There you go, see these small pores. Hopefully the stream isn't too blurry to see that. So yeah, you don't necessarily have to use brushes to create, you know, skin detail, but of course you have more control if you do that. Okay, let's get into the next tip. Hold on. Okay, I don't need you anymore, Blender. Please close yourself. Okay. Okay, the next tip. Oh, hello. There you go. Okay, let's go back to the better Blender. Okay, so the next tip. Now we go into the broader region, or the more I guess, anatomically, or the tips for anatomy. These tips I find very useful in defining where, or in knowing where to place individual parts of the face. Thank you for subscribing. Hold on. Okay, well, that's, I can't speak Russian or something similar. So, is it Mandarin? No, that's something else, right? So yeah, thank you for subscribing. Hope you enjoyed the stream if you're here. Otherwise, no, you can't hear this. So let's go into anatomy tips. I've separated this as well. First of all, I'm going to talk about the head, basically anatomy for the head, to make it easier to place everything in the right position, also in the right, you know, anatomically correct proportions. And then also we're going to go into the body, going over different lengths or different, you know, proportions of the body, basically, to make it easier to sculpt a full body or to create a full body for a character. So let's begin with the first one. For the head. Hold on. There you go. First of all, anatomy. We're going to talk about the head. First tip is the eyes are one eyeball apart. If you place the eyes in your character, the eyeballs are if you place your eyes, make sure that the eyes are big enough so that they are placed close enough together that there's only space for one eyeball more. So basically, if we put that in here, there you go. The eyes are one eyeball apart, or also the eyes, if you go from the iris in the middle of the face or in the middle of the eye, the distance between the two irises is basically a third of the whole face. So if you look at I don't know if you can see this dude is pretty useful. If you look at him, okay, that's not very visible, but if you look at your own eyes, or if you look at references, I actually have some references to this that we can look at. There you go. Let's go in here into the image viewer, or let's go into Photoshop real quick. There you go. I have some good old references to show you what I mean. There you go. So what I mean is, if we look at a character, there you go. This one might be a little bit stretched in terms of the face portions, just because if we look at references, you always have to make sure that the focal length is quite big, because if the focal length is pretty shallow, then the face will be stretched out, the nose will appear bigger, the eyes will appear as if they're kind of, you know, further out in the face. But generally, if you look at the irises, what you can see is that generally, for the average person, the iris to iris, or the middle of the eye right here, right there, going all the way over here to this one, is roughly a third of the face. So if we now, for example, grab this, duplicate it, move it over here, move it over here. This, of course, is way too wide because the focal length is pretty shallow. But for a very, I guess, studio shot, basically, we would see that the iris, or the eye, the middle of the eye connected, basically the space between the two, is basically a third of the face. Or also, what you can say is that to create, or the size of the eye is basically 7 times, or 7 eyes next to each other are basically the width of the head. So that's what I always use for characters. I create the skull shape first, and then I place the eyes in my character. What I basically do is I go in here. I go into Blender. If this is my, my skull, doesn't really look like a skull, but that should be good enough. What I do is, once I have my eye holes, I place my eyes into the eye holes, so that I can then add the muscle structure on top, which means adding the eyelids on top of the eyes itself. What I do is I have my base mesh eye, or you can also just use a sphere. And then you kind of have to, it's always hard to kind of just, I guess, know how big an eye should be. So why not just measure it? how you measure it, you just go in here, you grab your eye, and you can go in here and you can use the array modifier. As I said before, the eye in its size is usually, or is 7 eyes next to each other equals the width of the head. So you can go in here, use the array modifier, set it to 7. You can move it right over your character's head in orthographic view, basically removing all perspective. And then you can scale it down to where it fits into the head. There you go. Yeah, for anime faces, of course, the proportions are very different. But if we talk about realistic characters, then you can, make the eyes this big. Basically, 7 eyes next to each other equals the width of the head. Or also, as you can see right here, these 2 eyeballs are basically already perfectly placed into on the face, because as you can see right there in the middle, there's one more eyeball apart, or these 2 are basically one eyeball apart. So these ones are basically perfectly placed into the face, if this would be, the skull, or the skull basically. Yeah. So yeah, of course, if you want to do anime faces, you can change the values. We're going to go into changing different aspects of the face a little bit later. But yeah, in general, a rule would be to make sure that the eyes have a good size and also are placed in the right position. You can, first of all, use the array modifier, put 7 eyes next to each other, then scale it down so it fits perfectly into the width of the head. And then you can also, just remove it, and then either use the mirror modifier to mirror it to the other side, or just duplicate it, and then place it into the face, like this. Make sure that in between these 2 eyeballs, you have 1 eyeball of space, like this. There you go. And then you have the 2 eyeballs perfectly placed into the head, or into the eye hole, where you can now add eyelids on top of. Oh, I forgot to remove the text again, but you probably saw it. Is that too big? I can probably make it even smaller, like this. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay. So that's the next tip. Eyeballs are either they have a space of 1 eyeball between them, or going from the middle of the eyeball from one side to the other side is basically the distance between the 2 is a third of the width of the head. Then we have where to place the eyes, or the eyebrows as well. What I mean is, you might know where to place it in the width department. You know where to place your eyes when it comes to the horizontal, level, but you don't know where to place it on the vertical level. Usually, generally, eyes are located in the middle of the skull. I'm going to separate between the skull and the face later, but in general, eyes are located in the middle of the face. That is the general setting, or the general, the average. If you look at either male or female characters, or real life people, what you can see is that usually, if you look at multiple examples, you can see that the eyes, compared to the whole skull, so going from all the way up here to all the way down here, they are located in the middle of the face. So if you, for example, grab a cube and draw it out, like all the way from down here to all the way up here, probably over here because there's some more here, we can then go in here and scale it on the height by 50%, so that we have half of it, 50%, there you go. And then we bring it back to the bottom of the chin. We can see the eyes are roughly a little bit lower, or right in the middle of the skull. For females, and especially toddlers or smaller kids, usually the eyes are a little bit lower. For females, it varies, but they're sometimes a little bit lower. For males, it can be even just a little bit higher. That's kind of the distinction between female and male characters. And then of course you have children, where the eyes might be even smaller or even lower, which kind of increases the size of the, I guess, the upper head, the forehead, which makes them look more, you know, like a baby or like a child. I also have a reference for a male character. There he is. Nope, I don't want to change anything. There you go. If we do the same in here, let's do that real quick. We grab another cube, go from the chin all the way up to the head, maybe over here, probably. We then transform it 50%. Oh, 50%. There you go. We can see the eyes are even a little bit higher. So that's always like the kind of variance between the two. Maybe I've also made the cube a little bit, you know, too short, but in general, always locate your eyes, the eyeballs, in the middle of the skull. So you know now where to put them in on the horizontal line, you know them where to put them in the vertical line, and you also know where to put them, you know, in terms of size. So the next one that I want to talk about is also about the eyes, which is a interesting characteristic about, I guess, the rotation of the eye, which is basically that the eyes rotate out. The eyes have a very, very small outward rotation that basically leads to a very, very small focus point in the middle, and everything else is kind of blurred, but you can still see on the sides. I can show you an image of a X-ray scan of a face coming from the top, where you can see that the eyes are kind of rotated outwards. So if you create characters, eye rotation in face. If you create characters, if you want to create like super realistic characters, it is always helpful to rotate the eyes out by maybe 1 or 2 degrees. It might not sound like a lot, but it actually helps quite a bit in creating realistic characters. Because, you know, every single bit helps. The more realistic your character is supposed to be, the more into detail you need to go. So of course, if you want to create a super realistic character, what you need to do is you need to create you know, skin, which would be very detailed. And also what you can think about is rotating out the eyes a little bit. I found like a good, I guess, resource for eyes in general. The link I've saved on my phone, chrisevans3d.com. chrisevans3d.com. Oh, wrong typo. chrisevans3d.com, where he kind of not only you know, shares his own work, but he also has like learning tutorials and files and all that stuff. And what he also has is a little talk about the eyes. I think it's pretty old, so I can probably just copy it. Hold on. Oh, I can probably just say Chris Evans 3D eyes. Hopefully we'll see we'll find something. Is it somewhere here? Nope. Okay. But in general, what I mean is basically, if you look at the eyes, you can see that the eyes don't look perfectly straight. That's the reference. You can see it's kind of rotated outwards. You can probably also see it in the Photoshop reference that I've shown you right here. It's not very super visible because it's just like 1 or 2%, but a general tip to create realistic characters is basically to rotate out the eyes just a little bit to add this tiny little bit of more detail to it. I need to replace my the batteries of my headset real quick. Okay. So, Yeah, basically rotating out the eyes just adds a little bit more detail to the eyes, and it's a characteristic that might be important to keep in mind when creating realistic characters. Next up would be where to place, or how wide, or where basically to place the eyelids. Not only the eyelids but also the eyebrows. Let's go back to the or let's talk about first of all how to kind of determine how wide the eyelids on the outside and the inside, and also how far out the eyebrow should go. In general, you can basically draw a line from the middle of the mouth, basically where the upper lip meets the lower lip. Then you can draw all the way to the nostril, and then even further just continue this line, and then you should meet the outer corner of the eyelid, and then also the outer corner or the end of the eyebrow. If we draw it into the Photoshop reference, real quick, there you go. What we can do is we can just make a line from the middle of from the lip right there, going to the nostril. If you continue this line, you can see we perfectly end, or almost perfectly end at the outer corner of the eye. And then if you continue this line, you can see we also end perfectly, or almost perfectly, because there's always it's kind of like a small variance in every face. We end at basically the outer edge, at the outer end of the eyebrow. So we can not only, with this small little trick, determine how wide the eyebrow should be for your character, but you can also determine how wide the eye should be from your character. I kind of feel, or I always found kind of, I guess gauging, just I guess imagining, or just kind of seeing and experimenting how big the eyes or the eyebrow should be is always kind of, I guess, like gambling. You don't really know if it's going to look good in the end. So this rule really helps to place at least the outer corner of the eye and also the outer part of the eyebrow in, a little bit more confidently. So what I would do is I would sculpt the nose first and then put in the eyes. I also would sculpt very, very basic lips, and then I would do this trick to kind of determine where the outer corner of the eye should be. And then for the inner corner, it's actually pretty simple. You can just go from the outer, I guess, corner, or the outer, the most, or from the nostril out here, just going up, and you will meet the inner corner of the eye. So, to sum it up, you can go from the middle of the lips through, or move all the way to the nostril, continue this line, so you can meet not only the corner of the eye, but also the end of the eyebrow. And then if you go to the nostril and just move up, you'll find the inner corner of your eye. So that's the next tip. Let's go back in here. Basically, yeah, I guess eye placement determined by nose. There you go. I guess you can, that should be good enough. So yeah, the nose kind of is the deciding factor on where the eyes are placed. Next up is a pretty, weird one if you just, if you just hear it like this. But the eyelids are basically just one muscle that connects on both ends. So if we, put it in here, there you go. What I basically mean is if we go back to the reference, you can see that you have the eye, of course. And then if you paint in here, we paint a, eye socket real quick. Like the eye socket would probably be over here somewhere, like this. That's the eye socket. Maybe a little bit higher. But in general, placed like this. So now, if we kind of imagine, or what I always had a problem with, or what I always struggled with, was this side of the eye. I always thought, if you have these two sides of the eyelid, the upper eyelid, and then also the lower eyelid, how are they, how are they overlapping in the middle? You can't really see it in here. You can't really see it in here. There's no overlap. There's no, stepping or whatever. And there's also no stepping over here. So how do they connect? Then I did some more research, and they basically are part of the same muscle. The muscle just splits in the middle and then, meets on both ends. So let me see if you can see it from here better. There you go. We see a smooth transition from where these two ends meet. And that is basically because if you look at, I guess references for muscles for the eyelids, what basically happens is you have the muscle that goes from over here, like there, then also of course here, that's the eyelid part of the muscle that you can see, these two parts. And then what happens is they basically just combine into one and then just go to the bone basically, like here, and they do the same on this side as well. So if you ever think about, oh well, how does this small little outer corner of the eye really looks like in terms of its volume and in its shape, it's basically just smooth. It just, yeah, they just combine into one. So if you ever wondered how how to combine or how to connect these eyelids, yeah, they just fuse into one. Okay, yeah. I always struggled with that. I always thought about how that really works, but now they basically just combine into one. The next one is maybe more for either sculpting facial expressions or also sculpting or animating your character, which is only the upper eyelid really moves when blinking. What I mean is, if you look at yourself maybe, or you look at, I don't know, me, I don't know if you can see this. Basically, the only really thing that moves if you blink is the upper eyelid. The lower eyelid can move as well, but that is not because of the lower eyelid muscle. That is more of the bigger muscle that is around the eyelid muscle, basically. There are two muscles working together or three muscles working together to blink. One of them, or no, actually, yeah, you can say three. But the one that actually just lies, the eyelid part that just lies on top of your eyeball, doesn't really do much. There's one that can pull your upper eyelid back, that basically is attached like on the inside of your skull, and then pulls the eyelid back like this. And then you have another one, of course, that goes all around your eye, where you can do stuff like this. You can kind of move your eye and can move it together. You can move the lower eyelid, basically because of the muscle that goes all around the face. But the part of the eyelid that moves, if you just blink, for example, is basically only the upper eyelid. So if you're animating your character, that's something you're gonna have to look out for. That is also something you often actually see in animations like Family Guy. When they kind of want to look suspicious, what they like to do is they like to create sort of this look where you have the eye, and then you have the mouth, then the nose, and then what you have is you have the eyes, which of course has the eyeball in there, and then to make them look suspicious, they just add the lower eyelid like this. Oh, that's quite big. Hold on. Which kind of creates this kind of look like So what you could do, or that doesn't really happen if you move your eyelids. The only real thing that happens is if you move your eyelids, or if you blink, for example, the only thing that moves is the upper eyelid. That is also kind of what kind of takes over most of your eye if you blink. So the eyelids actually don't meet right in the middle of the eye. They actually meet a little bit lower, because the lower eyelid in general just takes up less space. If you look at the eye, like over here, if you close this eye, basically what would happen is you would go from here, the upper eyelid would go from here, and basically would almost go all the way down like this. That's what your eyelid would look like. That's how the eyelid moves, the upper eyelid, and the lower eyelid doesn't really do much. So that's very important when you create characters with either expressions, if you sculpt them, or if you do stuff like animations. Oh, and then there's one that is more for hair rather than anatomy, I guess, but it is also important when creating characters, which is the structure of, or the flow of the hairs for the eyebrows. We can probably open an old project for that, which is the orc character, where I can show you what the flow looks like. Female orc, don't save, there you go. So let's look at her. We can immediately see what it looks like, but it's of course easier if we go into the hair settings. Here, there you go. Let's go into particle edit. Oh, that's the wrong layer. We need brows. There you go. You can see the structure. So basically, the basic rule for brow structure is basically to the outer hairs of the eyebrow push into the middle of the eyebrow itself. So what I mean is, if we go in here and use the annotation pencil, what we can do is we can kind of, I can show you the structure. So basically, this is the main part, the body of the eyebrow. And everything in the middle basically just goes in this direction. But everything on the outside kind of pushes into the middle. So what I mean is, if we create a second layer, which we're going to create with red, there you go. So if we have a hair like this, for example, on the outside, that just pushes into the middle of the body. Of course, what you have here on the end of the eyebrow, in the middle basically, is sometimes they kind of go in this direction as well, but then at some point they're gonna, move back and go in this direction again. Then if you have, for example, eyebrows over here, they push in like this. And then if you have one up here on the upper part of the body of the eyebrow, they also push down. This creates this nice eyebrow shape that just follows this direction. And then in the end, what you have is basically the same. They go in the middle right here. They go from the top into the middle to create the eyebrow shape. So what I like to do to create, I guess, realistic looking eyebrows is I like to use parent particles and basically create this flow with them. And then I apply interpolated children on top of the parents to create more, I guess, to create fuller hair, to create fuller eyebrows. So if we go in here and go back to particle edit, we can see, oh, what is this? Let me remove the children real quick. There you go. Those are only the parents. What I've done is basically I've added a few parents, and then I've sculpted this general brow shape. We can see it here better. These ones down here push into the middle, these ones up here push into the middle, and the ones kind of in the middle already just push into the, to the outside of the face. And then of course at some point they just end. Then once we add more interpolated children, of course interpolated children follow the closest, or they spawn randomly on the hair, I guess, emitter, and then they follow the closest parent, or they follow the parent they're closest to. Or in general, the parent have a certain radius where they, I guess, affect the children particles. And if we set up the parent particles the right way, the children particles will just follow the flow that you've created with the parent particles. So which means if we increase the display amount to 35, for example, and we just do something real quick, there you go, we can see what the eyebrow looks like. And if you compare that, for example, to her, we can see the same. Okay, well, this is kind of low resolution, but you can still see it kind of, oh, hold on. With her, I mean, we can kind of see it maybe. Is the other one more resolution? Yeah, we can see it better with him. We can see right here, these hairs move in right here. The middle part right here is kind of it varies a lot. If you have pretty thick eyebrows that go more to the center of the hair or the center of the head, sometimes they kind of curl out like this and then move back like this at some point. But generally, at some point they all push in from the bottom and push in from the top, and then create this nice eyebrow shape. So that's a general tip on how to, I guess, create eyebrows. with the particle settings, for example, or also how to create a good structure for the eyebrows. They don't just, eyebrows just don't just go in all directions. They actually have a structure, and knowing that structure, makes it easier to sculpt realistic and, good-looking eyebrows for your character. Okay, the next tip is for the lips. The lips are pretty simple in their structure, but I guess the most basic shapes of lips is the top lip has 3 parts and the upper lip has 2 parts. I can probably show you what I mean. For this character, for example, you can really see it that well on this one, but maybe if we open one that is older, you can see it better. Let's see, let's use this one. Nope, not append. Open it, please. The upper lip has 3 pieces, the lower lip has 2. What I mean is basically, if we use the annotation pencil, there you go. You can probably already see it, but if we go to surface, there you go. We have 3 pieces at the top. What I mean with that is we have, of course, the main shape of the lips. That is just, this, oh, there you go, just focusing my camera. That is basically the base shape of the lips. And then how do you create the volume for the lips? Well, that is pretty simple. As I said before, the upper lip have 3 parts, 3 pieces, and the lower lip has 2. So for the upper lip, you have 1 in the middle right here. And then you have 2 bigger, longer ovals on the side, basically like this. So that is basically how you create lips, or how you add volume to the lips. If you look from the side, they also have this, this kind of shape. They're not just flat like this. They actually have volume to them, and these volumes are separated into 3 pieces. And that's how they're positioned. They kind of fade out at the back here, but we're going to get to that later or soon. For the bottom lip, what you basically have is, first of all, of course, the main shape. What's actually interesting for the lower lip is that she's pretty defined at the bottom right here. You can see a quite stark difference between, or a big contrast between the lower lip, the end of the lower lip and then the beginning of the chin. It gets quite sharp right here, similar to the top lip, but then it kind of fades out and gets kind of blurry. It kind of transitions to, I guess, the rest of the face around the mouth. That's something you can kind of keep in mind. And then if you create volume, of course, you also have this concave, or this curve shape. And then also you have only 2 shapes right here. You have one right here, and then you have the other one over here. And then in the middle, you sometimes have this quite deep crease, and sometimes you just have a quite flat middle piece. But in general, you have these 2 volumes at the bottom of the lips. 3 at the top and 2 at the middle, at the bottom, like this. There you go. Yeah, that's how you can add volume to the lips. What I like to do, I mean, I can probably show you what I do. If we go back into sculpting here, there you go. What I like to do is I like to, first of all, let's flatten out these lips. There you go. Okay, so now that we have these pretty flat lips, you can see they just go straight back. What I like to do is I like to start with the middle volume, just, adding it like this. Pretty simple, pretty easy. And then what I do is I basically just create these other 2 pieces. I like to keep this separation pretty significant or pretty big. That's just a preference of mine. There you go. And then it kind of fades out at the back here. And you have these 2 pieces at the top. Pretty, it's pretty big right now. I would adjust the setting, or I would adjust the volume a little bit more. But if I would do the same at the bottom, for the bottom lip, I would basically just create 2 volumes right here. And there you go. We have both lips added more volume, like this. That is the general shape of the lips. There you go. Okay. Let's get to the next step. The next step also involves lips. But this one is actually something that you kind of, I guess, have to think about more before you really get it. Which is that lips turn inside out. What I mean by that is basically the skin on the lips is basically the skin that you have in your mouth. What only happens is that basically, I don't know how to display it, but we can probably show it in the sculpt. So what happens with the lips is you start in here, right there, and the skin of the lip basically goes from the inside of the lip and then goes and creates the shape of the lip. Hold on. That's the corner, and then just wraps out basically. And that's how you have this pinkish skin for your lips. It is basically the inner skin of your mouth that just gets, I guess, turned inside out, kind of, you know, gets turned and then attached to the outside of your lip, which has the effect that you create this corner of the eye. The lips basically don't just, I guess, end right here like this. That's not how your lips end. The lips actually, they go into your mouth. So if you would create flow lines for the lips, you would have one right here. If you create 3 flow lines, they just follow the shape of the lip like this. And then what they do is they get smaller at the end. And then they basically go into the mouth like this, which creates the corner of the mouth like this. So they basically, oh, welcome back, Rambler. Good afternoon to you as well. So if we look at the normals, basically, if you want to talk about more 3D terms, the normals of the lips or the lip skin, they basically turn out. They look in this direction first. Then the closer they get to the corner of the mouth, they turn more, I guess, you know, at the beginning they're like this. Then later they're more like this. And then once they reach the corner of the mouth, they go from, you know, they go from this to this. And then at the end they go like this. So that's basically the flow of not only the upper but also the lower lip, but it's more visible on the upper lip. So keep that in mind when you create the corner of the mouth. The lips don't just end right here, but they turn inside out. So I don't know. It's weird to show it. It's just something you kind of have to look at, or you kind of imagine. Can we see it in her or in him? I don't think they have opened their face or their mouth, right? Does she? No. Oh, you can actually see it for her. What you can see right here is, see how the lips don't just end right here. There you go. Nope, hold on. The lips don't just end right here. Right here. There's a hole. And that is because the lips get turned inside out. Like this. And then they kind of, you know, turn around like this. That is what the lips do. And that's how you can shape the lips as well. Not only, you know, what the middle part of the lip looks with these 3 volumes, but also how it kind of, I guess, ends in the mouth or at the corners. Okay, that's the next step. Following that is something more for expressions as well. Also maybe something for sculpting your character, modeling your character when you get to the muscle part of the sculpting process. First of all, of course, you add the bones, and then you add the muscles. One of the most significant, muscles that you will probably add is the one kind of connecting your lower jaw, or the jaw, with the rest of the skull. You can probably see it on him right here. You have a muscle that goes from the jaw right here to the cheekbone, or close to the cheekbone, so that you can, open your mouth. If I, bite down, you can see how it flexes right there. That is basically one of the most, I guess, significant muscles for shaping your face. And you have one more that is very important for expressions, but also kind of defines the shape. That muscle begins at the cheekbones and then goes all the way to the corner of the mouth. If we go to the reference, there you go. So hold on. There you go. The muscle basically goes from up here, where you have the cheekbone, like this. That's the cheekbone. The muscle attaches somewhere over here, and then goes all the way over here to the corner of the mouth. And what that muscle does is, if it flexes, it moves back like this, the corner of the mouth, which of course leads to you smiling, for example. And what happens if you smile? Of course, this part of the mouth, or this, I guess, this volume, this flesh, gets pulled back, which also means that you push everything else, not only back but also up. Pushes everything else that is on top of here, like the cheek, the fat over here, or other muscles. It pushes them up, which creates this, very, very voluptuous, very, very, very big cheek that you can see when you smile. Like this. You can see the cheek right there. That is created by you smiling. So that is another muscle to keep in mind when thinking about sculpting character expressions, like smiling, for example. I can probably pull up some more references. Let's go to here. Smiling. There you go. You can see right here, for her, for example, you can see the, of course, the lips wrap around the skull. So that means if you pull on the corner of the mouth, the lips get kind of wrapped around, I guess, the teeth part of the skull, which you can see right here. They perfectly wrap around the teeth, and then back, which means they not only take up the space of the muscles that are usually there, but they also push back the muscle, or the pieces of fat and muscle tissue that was there before, which means they push it up and create this nice cheek, this voluptuous cheek that you can see here, for example, as well. First of all, you create the fold, and you can also create the cheek. So this muscle that connects to the cheekbone is used to create this smiling effect. I can probably show you what it looks like. Face muscles. There you go. This one. These two, or these few. There are so many muscles in the face, but yeah, these ones connect to the cheekbone. You can see right here. This one is the bigger muscle that you see on that is used for this kind of the movement all around the eyelids. That kind of also moves the lower eyelid. But then you also have these muscles that connect to the mouth itself to kind of move your mouth in different directions. And of course, if you pull this volume further into the face, you move everything else around it as well, which creates these nice cheeks. Okay, just one thing to keep in mind when you create characters with expressions. Also, of course, if you kind of pucker your mouth like this, you also pull the volume on the sides more forward, because the volume has to go somewhere and everything's connected. So if you do like this, you can see you move even up to here, everything kind of more forward. Okay, let's go to the ears. The ears in general are pretty simple, but maybe the structure can be quite confusing in the beginning. But in general, let's talk about the position of the ear first. Okay, this is kind of quite a lot. There you go. Okay. So the ear position. Wait, why is it gone? Wait, did I... What happened? Do I have to increase the size? No. Wait. What happened? My text is gone. Oh no. Text transform? No. What happened? What if I remove it again? Hopefully that works. Uh-huh. That's interesting. Or maybe it's too wide. Okay, let's try again. So let's talk about what I want to talk about. The ear is, you know, where's the ear positioned? We can talk about multiple axes again. Let's talk about the z-axis first. You know, the vertical axis. Where do you place the ear of your character? First of all, a general, I guess, a general rule for the size of the ear is that it is... Okay, let's, I guess, hold on, I don't know why it's gone, but okay. So the general rule for the size of the ear is the ear in general is as big as the nose. At least the connection from the ear into, I guess, the rest of the head. No, everything's gone. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just gonna remove this and then we're gonna continue. There you go. Okay. Ear length equals nose length. So, you know, if you place your nose, the ear, the connection or the part where the ear connects to the head is roughly the same length. If we go to the references that we have here and we look at the profile view, there you go. This one, for example. Oh, hello. Lagging, but you can see it. Hold on. Right. Okay. We can see generally or roughly the ear is as big as the nose. If we draw vertical lines, there you go, and there you go. And this way you can also see the placement of the ear. Maybe we shouldn't use the earlobe, maybe over here rather. There you go. We can also see the placement of the ear. The ear is roughly placed, first of all, at the bottom of the nose. You can see it right here, the bottom line. And also where the nose basically ends, or the nose, I guess, transitions to the forehead. Or also roughly in the middle of the eyes. We shouldn't probably put it over here, but more over here, because the ear connects to the face right there, and then right there. That's the placement. Yeah, the ear vertically is placed where in the middle of the eye, or the corner of the outer corner of the eye, and then for the bottom placement, it would be the bottom of the nose. In terms of where to put it in this direction, it is generally behind the jaw. So the jaw is placed right here, like this. That's the lower, you know, the jaw. And the ears are located right behind it. The jaw in general, what we're going to talk about later again, but the jaw is located in the middle of the skull, right here, like this. That's the middle, and that's where you locate the, I guess, the jaw, where it's kind of, you know, socketed. And then behind the jaw are the ears, like this. To kind of demonstrate it again, I can show you a male model. There you go. We can do the same over here. It connects to the face over here, and then at the bottom, right there. These ears seem to be quite short, but in general it still fits. At the bottom of the nose, you start the ear, and then at the top, or the end of the nose, or the middle of the eye, you end the ear. And then of course behind, a little bit behind the middle of the head, or the skull. That is where you place the ears, not only horizontally or vertically, but also horizontally. Kind of, you know, the outward rotation is kind of different for every character. So that's more, you know, variable. There's no real rule for that. Okay, let's get into the shape of the ear. The shape of the ear is actually pretty simple. But if you think about it, if you look at like an ear, for example, for this character right here, for this person, the structure seems to be pretty weird, pretty, you know, it's not only looking kind of, you know, the structure is kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it's also it varies quite a lot when it comes to, you know, sometimes you have this bump right here, sometimes you don't really have it. This person has it as well. Sometimes it just shapes like this, you know, without this bump. Sometimes it, you know, this curve goes all the way back here. Sometimes the curve is quite a little bit smaller. So there are quite, of course, a few variants, or it varies in every face and every person. But the general shapes that you can also apply in retopology are the two letters C and Y. The C you have to turn around, so basically like this, and then you have the Y inside of the C. So if we draw it out, I guess we can just draw it out next to here, like this. That's the C, which you would then, you know, of course, continue, but this is the very basic shape. And then the Y is basically in the middle, roughly like this. That's the general ear shape, but then if you, you know, detail it out some more like this, and you have the ear wrapping around like this, you get a general ear shape, which you can also see in this person right here. So this person has the C right here, like this, and then the Y is basically right over here. That's basically the structure of the ear. That's how I always, you know, imagine it, and how I can, I guess, always create reliable ears, or ears that look realistic, by imagining that it's just like a C. I create the C in the beginning, and then to create the structure, I, you know, create this hole right there, and then continue this into this Y shape, and then I continue the C first of all in the middle of the ear, and then this one is kind of, you know, this small little bump on the outside. So yeah, the ear structure is basically just a mirrored C and a Y in the middle of the C. Yep, that is all I have for the ear. The ear is pretty simple in my opinion. You just, you know, have to know, I guess, a few basics to sculpt it. Let's go to the nose. The nose is also pretty simple, but there are two rules that I follow to create a good-looking and well-placed nose. There you go. The nose is generally the most forward part of the face, looking from the profile view. I mean, of course, in general, you may have some characters that have like a nose that are, you know, shorter, and then you have like the lower, I guess, chin that might be bigger. But in general, oh, double. What is this? Hold on. No, okay, well, that was just a bug, I guess. Dark Ape, welcome. Hold on. Question. After failing at something, how can you fool yourself that you don't suck? Well, I guess, well, you don't, so I don't really look at mistakes or, you know, failures as you know, or my mindset, or the mindset that you can have is failing doesn't mean that's the end of, you know, doing that thing. If you fail at sculpting a character, you know, it's not like you're always gonna have the same result. What I like to do is I like to learn as much as possible from I mean, yeah, so I like to look at if I do mistakes. For example, one thing that I struggle a lot with is likeness sculpting. I think likeness sculpting male characters is quite, I can do quite well, quite reliably, but female characters are quite hard. What I like to do with failed, I guess, attempts is I like to look at them so that I can learn from them and do better next time. So failed attempts are, in that sense, maybe even more valuable than I guess successes, because from mistakes you learn more than from, you know, succeeding. Mistakes show you what you do wrong, which is of course more obvious in, you know, failures than I guess, you know, artwork that you like, that you've created. So I always like to look at, or I always like to look for mistakes in my sculpts. Even if I like the sculpt, I like to look at it, like you review it maybe a week later, or maybe, you know, the day later, and just look at it and see if I can still find something that I don't like that much and that I can improve in the next approach, I guess, or the next piece. You know, this mindset of there's always something you can improve, and the more there is you can easily see to improve, the faster you're going to improve in general. So I kind of like to look at failures as kind of like a boost in improvement, because you can very, very easily see what you can improve, which you know, in turn lets you improve faster, because, you know, when you always succeed, you don't know what you can do better. Either you're the perfect, you know, artist, or you just don't see the mistakes. So I guess it's kind of like a mindset thing. You can either, you know, look at, I guess, mistakes as failures, or you can look at mistakes more like learning, like a lesson. There's a roller coaster of sad emotions before you sit down and think about how you can do it better. The thing I just failed, and now thanks to your advice, I know I have to think about it and improve it. But right now I still feel a little bit sad. Yeah, so this actually applied to my orc character. What I mean is I discovered after finishing the whole thing that something, I guess, pretty fundamental was wrong with her. I discovered after rendering it, especially after revisiting all the tips, where we're going to go into it later, that the eye is too far forward, or the forehead in general, this tilt forward. As we discussed before, the nose is the part most in the front, but everything else, of course, is a little bit further back. But the eyes right here and the forehead is too far forward. So what I've done is, for the render, I've just, you know, pushed, I guess, did some post-processing and pushed the forehead back. But I also discovered, dude, you know, I messed up the sculpt. It looks bad. Now that I see the mistake, I can't unsee it, you know. The forehead is too far forward. I would like to push it back a little bit, but it's not possible anymore, because everything relies on the structure of the face. So, you know, I could either say, dude, I messed up, and, you know, I can't do anything about it. I basically, you know, failed. But what I like to do is I like to think more, you know, I actually get fueled up by seeing this mistake, because I'm always scared. I guess one of my biggest fears in life is doing mistakes and not seeing them, because, you know, mistakes, nobody wants to do mistakes. But the only way you can change these mistakes is by seeing them. And you know, if you want to, you know, be the best person, or you want to create the best characters, you have to find your mistakes. And every time you get the chance of finding a mistake, I kind of get excited, because I have another, you know, mistake that I can now remove off the list of mistakes that I do for every character sculpt. Yeah, that's how I think about mistakes in, you know, in artworks. It's of course still kind of, saddening or, annoying when you do mistakes, because you want to make this as good as possible. But, it kind of, you kind of know that it's not going to be perfect. And you shouldn't expect it to be perfect, and you should expect to find mistakes, because, if you haven't done it for, I don't know, 20 years, then you'll always find mistakes. And even then, probably you find mistakes. What I actually wanted to look up for this research is how many, or if there's an archive of all the messed up paintings of Da Vinci, just to see, all the, or, sculptors, how, like, the bad sculpts, or, like, because you can't really add more marble to your marble sculpture. So seeing all the messed up marble, all the marble sculptures, like deformed fingers or whatever, would actually be pretty funny to see. But I couldn't find anything. But yeah, so yeah, I guess the main thing for me is just, I guess, a mindset thing. Seeing failures or mistakes as an opportunity to do better next time. I think everybody kind of appreciates when somebody gets to, or or when you're out with your friends, and then somebody says, like, oh well, your breath smells. You smell, you have a bad breath. You would probably appreciate it more that they tell you that. You might be, a little bit sad, or, a little bit embarrassed that it is that way. But it would be probably worse if they wouldn't tell it to you, or if they wouldn't tell it, or yeah, they tell it to you, and you would just, speak with everybody with this bad breath. You would probably be more glad that they tell it to you, or that person told it to you, so you can do it better in the future. So yeah, I'm basically thankful for mistakes. Okay, yeah. There's another one that somebody asked me, which was, what was it? The fear of publishing stuff. The fear of, when the problem when you finished an artwork, and then you kind of want to post it on social media, but then right before you post it, you kind of hesitate. Oh, should I post it? Should I not? It actually doesn't look that good, and then you kind of think about it more. Who cares? I'm not gonna post it. It probably sucks anyway. Nobody's gonna like it. What I like to think about is every time I look through Pinterest, for example, I see all these artworks, and oh, this one inspires me. I put that into my Pinterest, pin board or whatever, to save it later, maybe for inspiration. Sometimes, there's even, I guess not bad pieces, but maybe rough pieces that aren't really, fully worked out. They're not like super detailed and all that stuff, but they can still be valuable to me, because I can draw inspiration. The general idea might be interesting. Maybe the execution of a certain aspect of the character, for example, might be interesting. So what I like to think about is, I can look at my image, and I can, admire it, like it or whatever, draw inspiration from it. But if I post it, even if just one more person sees it and gets inspired by it, then I've created more value, or I've given more value into the world than just keeping it to myself. Which is enough for me to post it. Sometimes for every quiz sketch that I do, daily quiz sketch, I don't really like everyone, like all of them. Sometimes I say, like, oh well, they don't look that good, I don't want to post them, but I post them anyway, because some people might be inspired by them, or they liked that idea and they want to do it better or whatever. So I've been using Blender for 2 years now. Before that, I've done 2D, drawing and all that stuff, digital drawing mostly, but also drawing with a pencil and all of that stuff for probably also 3 years or so. But then I had like a big break between the two. But 2 years for Blender. Okay, let's go back to the tips. But this might be a tip as well, a general tip. Let's put that into the tips as well, actually. What is it? Look at failures like an opportunity to improve. Oh, there you go. Look at failures. Look at failures like an opportunity to improve. We're going to look at the whole list of tips in the end. I of course have them all in my text, document. So we're going to look at over all of them in the end as well. Graphic design and photography. Oh, I do graphic design at work. Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, and all that stuff. Actually, I do more animations, I guess, right now. Yeah, that's what I do at work. Okay. Next step. Oh, hold on. No, the tip that I wanted to talk about is the nose is generally the most forward part of the face. So if we go to Photoshop, there you go. Let's remove these two thingies. There you go. You can see it right here. It's basically a triangle like this. You can see it for him as well. Zip. It is always a triangle. The nose is the most forward part. Also, what follows that is that the upper lip is further forward than the lower lip. That could be different, of course, for that's just different types of characters may have different types of proportions for the lips, but in general the nose is the furthest out of the face in the profile view. Yeah, that is the next step. Pretty simple, but important to keep in mind. Welcome. Hold on. Welcome 123356. Interesting name. Thank you for subscribing. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you're here, if not, then doesn't really do much. But hopefully, if you're here, hope you enjoyed the stream, and hope you'll continue to enjoy the stream. Okay. Next up is the anatomy and not anatomy of the nose. We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so you can decide where you want to watch. If you like YouTube more, you can go to YouTube. If you like Twitch more, you can go to Twitch. There you go. Oh, okay. Let's talk about the nose anatomy. Let's go back to Blender so I can show you what I mean. We can also actually use the sculpt. Okay, so let's use the annotation pencil. The general shape or the general structure of the nose is mirrored on both sides. It is basically made out of probably 4 parts. The whole structure of the nose. I guess the most important parts of the nose are down here, of course, like this. But there's also some more up here. Let's begin with the most important part, the bottom part. It basically is made out of 2 shapes. I think down here we have one more, but this one I'm just going to include into this part here. The structure of the nose is like this. Hold on. Is it rude if I ask how old you are and when you started the whole art situation? I'm from Iran and started using these stuff at the age of 14. I don't even know when I started. I remembered that at some point I just did some doodles in school, and somebody said like, "Oh well, you're pretty good," and then I kind of thought, "Oh, hey, I could do this maybe a little bit more, I could do this more just as a hobby." And I began back then, probably in 9th or 8th grade. Did that for drawing for probably 3 years or so, and then I quit. And then 2 years ago I started 3D. 9th grade, what would that be? 18, 17, probably like 14, 15. Yeah, that's when I started drawing. I did drawing before, but not really, purposefully learning. Okay, let's talk about the structure of the nose. Let's remove the tips. There you go. Okay, the structure of the nose. Let's talk about the middle part first, or the main part. We have two pieces, which will be mirrored to both sides. The first part is the nostril, which is pretty simple to see. It's basically, oh, actually we have pressure with the pen. We have one right here, like this. That's the, hold on, this is quite thin. I'm going to use the mouse. That's the nostril part, as always. The nostril is pretty simple, which then connects into the middle of the nose to the next part, the nub, which is basically starting right here, going all the way down, and then all the way up, meeting in the middle, and then at the end, splitting again, and ending like this. So this is one half of the nose, and then you have, of course, the bottom half here as well, you know, like this. Maybe it's even connected in just one piece, but in general, that's how it's shaped. And then you have the same mirror to the other side as well, like this. This is the structure of the bottom part of the nose, like this. This is a little bit, you know, deformed, but that's the general shape. You have one shape right here. You have the nostril. You have the same on the other side, and you have another nostril. If I remove these lines, you can actually maybe see the structure a little bit more. We could maybe open the later version of the model where you can better see the structure. Nope, that's wrong. Wrong piece. There you go. That's better to see. Yeah, now you can see I've actually increased the structure a little bit more. Freezing, hold on. There you go. Okay. You can see it right here. See how you have this piece of the nose, oh, right there. And then you have the nostril. And you have the same on the other side as well. That is the main part of the nose, what you would, I guess, consider the nose. But of course, you also have the connection from the forehead to this part of the nose, which is the bridge. The bridge is made out of two pieces. The first one coming from the the forehead, and then connecting to the nose. If we look at skulls, what you can see is, there you go. Then the skull of a human doesn't have a nose, or it sort of has, but just the beginning of the bridge. The rest is basically just soft tissue, or soft tissue basically, which means that the bridge is also separated into two parts. You have this part right here, and then you have the rest of the bridge like this. So yeah, you have 4 different pieces. You have this part right here, this nub in the top, basically 2 pieces of the nose, or 2 pieces together create the nub at the bottom, at the front. You have, of course, 2 nostrils on both sides, or 2 nostrils, one on each side. You have the soft part of the nose behind the nub right here, and then you have the bony structure of the nose that starts and connects to the soft tissue right there. Of course, hardware is always dependent on how much, I guess, you want to, increase the quality. If you only want to do general, layouts, for example, and only want to work in without any renders or whatever, then it probably doesn't require that much, but it can be pretty tricky pretty quickly. Good thing is it's free, so you can just try it out for yourself. I can't really tell you, oh well, with these hardware configurations it'll work. First of all, I'm a PC hardware illiterate. Second of all, I think that's pretty specific to every single setup. Laptops might struggle with Blender in general, except for creating very, very basic shapes. I actually thought about, I guess, sculpting myself, So basically I wanted to create a sculpt where I sculpt, or the sculpt is me sculpting. Yeah, that was the idea, but I haven't really thought that through really. I've seen it before with somebody that did it in real life, but it's just like one of the far off ideas that I might do at some point. I do likeness sculpting sometimes, like you know, recreating actual people in Blender, sculpting them, but I haven't really done myself. But yeah, that's the general nose structure, like this. Oh, there you go. That's the bone. And also what the bone does, it determines whether or not you have this bump right here. So what you can see right here, the bone might go like this, and then it either perfectly connects to the soft tissue like this, or what you have is you have this small little bump right here that then goes down like this. You can actually see the bump on my nose as well. It might be a little bit too far away, but I have another, like a small bump over here as well. Yeah, that's where how this is even created. Basically, the transition from the bone structure to the soft tissue structure. I stream from Monday to Thursday. There you go. Monday to Thursday, 6:30 p.m. UTC. I don't know what that is in your time. That's why I put it in UTC. Okay. Yep. That is the general shape of the nose. So if you keep this in mind, it should be pretty simple to sculpt a nose. I mean, we could also just quickly sculpt one. Hold on. What? There you go. Let's use a sphere. Okay. 20. Okay, let's quickly sculpt the nose. Pretty simple. Let's grab the clay brush. We have the... Oh, we need symmetry. There you go. So, for the beginning, we have the eyes, of course. And then in the middle of the eyes, we have the nose. If we bring in the forehead as well. This, there you go. Okay, the nose is located right here, in the middle of the eyes. Who would have guessed? If we only sculpt the bone structure, it would look something like this. There you go, that's the bone structure. You can see it right here as well. There you go. And then what we would do is we would use this piece and add more tissue to, or we add the tissue, the soft tissue to the bone structure. So what you could do is we could just grab it and extend it out. There you go. There you go, and that's the nose shape. And then you can apply all the pieces together, or we can, you know, build all the pieces together. We have the nub in the front, that is something like this. That then goes out, like this, perfect. And then connects in the middle. You have the nostrils that go like this. And then you have the bridge in the middle. There you go. We can maybe use more resolution, maybe 50 to make it easier to see. There you go. And that's how you can, what the structure of the nose looks like. There you go. Of course, it wouldn't be that defined, but yeah, that's the nose structure. There you go. Okay, yeah, that's the nose. Okay, let's go to something more, I guess, general. Let's talk about rules that are very easy to follow, but very important for the general anatomy of the face or the head. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like the whole, I guess, idea of today's stream, going over tips that you can very easily apply to your own sculpts that make your characters look way better. I don't want to say your characters look bad, but you can always improve something. Something, maybe one of these tips might be useful to you. Yeah. Good luck for your exam. Hope you succeed. And thank you for joining and chatting. Good luck. It's always my pleasure to help. That's why I do this. Yeah, okay. See you later then. Yeah, basically, creating, all these tips are kind of, tips that are supposed to help you, or if you keep them in mind, to create better looking and more realistic looking characters. Let's go to the next one, which is, we've talked about it before, the jaw connects in the middle of the skull. Hold on. There you go. The jaw connects in the middle of the skull. We can probably see it better in the reference images. There you go. Let's look at it. So, if we look at where the jaw is placed, of course, if you look at a skull, like this one for example, you can see the jaw starts right here in the front. Of course, you have the lower teeth row and then you have the upper teeth row. They go all the way back and then they connect to the upper part of the skull. The skull is made out of two pieces, the jaw and the rest of the skull. And the jaw connects to the upper part of the skull in the middle of it. So if you would draw it in, you already probably saw it in the in my small little skull right here. But it basically connects, if this is the skull, in the middle right here. There you go. And then it goes down like this, and there you go. That's where you would place the jaw, or where you would end the jaw. Of course, if you sculpt, what you could do is you could, create this shape in the front here with the cheekbone and all that stuff. And then you would, define the jawline a little bit better, and you would end right in the middle of your, your skull. You would probably, as I've done before, you would start with a sphere. So the beginning, what you would have is this sphere, and then you can just go to the middle of the sphere and create and add the jaw there as well. And a pretty simple tip, but a pretty useful tip in my opinion. The jaw connects to the skull in the middle of it. Let's talk about something that actually I just recently learned while, I guess, researching these tips, that is actually very, very helpful in placing, or kind of placing where to place the eyeballs on the face, or how deep they're supposed to be. Generally, we can probably, no, he's probably too small. Generally, if you look at my face, if we go from the nose tip to the jaw, and then you go into the middle of the distance between the two, that's where the cheekbone connects to the nose. What I mean is, if we go in here and grab this, we go to the tip, we go to the jaw right here, and then we transform it half this cube in the width, like there. That's where the cheekbone is. There you go. The cheekbone, of course, kind of curves in, but and also the cheekbone, or the depth of the face, heavily changes with every character. So I don't want to generalize too much, but I think in general Chinese or Asian people have a flatter face than, I guess, Caucasian people, for example. But in general, to kind of place your cheekbone and where it kind of, goes out, the cheekbone starts in the middle of the distance from the jaw to, or the connection of the socket of the jaw to the tip of the nose. You can probably see it for him as well, can you? Not really, or can you? Like from here to the tip of the nose, right in the middle of that is where you have the cheekbone. That is one more rule you can keep in mind when creating your characters. One more thing that contributes to the structure of the face. Okay. Let's go to something else. Here comes the distinguishing or how here's where we distinguish between the hair, or not the hair, the skull and the face. The face is smaller than the skull. The skull includes everything, like where the hair sits, where your nose are, but the face only includes this part basically. Everything that is not, you know, the hair. Basically everything that is, you know, in the front, the face, not including the hair. The chin, going from the bottom of the chin to the middle of the nose, is basically half of the face. So if you look at references, there you go. And we create another cube, going from the bottom of the chin to the top, to the hairline basically, and then making it 50% height. We can see the middle of the nose, or the beginning, kind of, you know, the middle of the bridge, is the middle of the face. Of course, it always, you know, if you have a receding hairline, it's probably gonna be higher, but we're always talking about averages and something you can base your, you know, character's face off of. Yeah, the basic rule is for your face, basically from here to here, the middle of that is the middle of the nose, basically. So from chin to middle of nose is half of the face. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Okay. Another one. This one is actually quite weird, but it can be quite helpful when it comes to the neck region. If you want to add the neck to the head, what you would do is you would basically go to what you could do to kind of estimate where the neck begins. You know, if you look at this, where does the neck begin? You have the jaw right here, you have the bone, but where does the neck begin? There's actually a pretty simple rule to follow that makes it easier to determine where the throat begins, or the neck. I'm gonna just paste it in here. Oh, there you go. So if we go from the lower lip, I think here, right there, the ending of the lower lip, to the bottom of the chin, we use that distance and put it back here. That is the same distance between the front of the chin and the beginning of the neck. That might be quite a weird one, but basically if you take the distance from the bottom of the chin to the bottom of the lower lip, and you apply that distance from the furthest part forward of your chin back, back profile view, that's where the neck begins. A pretty weird one, but might be pretty useful when you kind of struggle with, or when you don't really know where you should begin sculpting the neck. The next one is something that is actually quite important, or very important to keep in mind. That includes basically the general structure of the skull. That is, that the skull in the back, right here, like there, the skull in the back is bigger than the face, or the front. It is basically a trapezius. What I mean is probably easy to show in Blender. There you go. If we go to this character, there you go. You can see it. There you go. Let me just quickly use my pens. You can see it already. It's basically a trapezius. Of course it's round, but in general, this is the width of the skull, or the whole head. And then the face is actually just this small, or this wide. So the face, the face is smaller than the head. That's why there's this distinction from where there's this distinction for head and face. The same thing applies to the front of the face. If we go in here and let me just quickly remove this. There you go. So if you go in here and look from the front, you have the face right here, like this. And then you have the skull that is actually wider, that goes all the way over here. So the face, not only from the front, but also from up top, is smaller than the whole skull. You know, it's not the same width, it is not wider, it is thinner or smaller. That's one more thing to keep in mind, especially visible from the top. Let's see, okay, well, we have to get, see, this shape is very important to keep in mind. Okay. Let's go to something that goes into the distinction between female and male characters, and that is females. Female faces are generally smoother because they have more fat. Female faces, if we look at, you know, let's look at the references that we have here. He has quite defined, like, you know, the cheek is quite defined. Hold on. You have a nice line right here that you have here as well. You have this line right here. You have a line going down here. And then stuff like this. Quite defined. But then if we go to a female face, you have none of that. Everything is smooth. The reason because of that, or what the reason for that is fat tissues. Fat tissues are basically the last layer, as we said before, that you're supposed to add to your character. You have the bones, then you have the muscles, and then you have the fat tissues and fat deposit on top of the rest of your face. Let me just show you a quick face fat tissues. There you go. Aha, there you go, that's what I wanted. Here's why female faces generally look smoother than male faces. Because their fat pads in the face are, I guess, fuller. That sounds weird, but they have more volume, which means that the face is smoother. You know, all the bony structure of the face, all the muscles and all that stuff will be basically, you know, all these rigid structures will be smoothed out by the fat. The structure of the fat, where the fat lies, is the same for males as it is for females, but the amount of skin or the amount of fat in those fat deposits is different from, you know, male characters to female characters. Of course, that is always that varies between every character. So I don't want to say females always have more fat in their face, but talking in a general sense, that is why female characters generally have smoother faces, just because not only the fat pads have smooth out the structures of the face more, but also because the general, I guess, muscle structure of the face is, you know, maybe a little bit smaller, a little bit less defined, which is why female faces, for example, are smoother. Yeah. Something more to keep in mind. If we, for example, look at female bodybuilding champion. I don't know if I can show this. Okay, hold on. This one? No, hold on. I need a face. There you go. You can see the less, of course, if you're bodybuilding, what you do is you try to get as much muscle as possible and to define your muscles, you try to reduce the amount of fat that you have on your body as much as possible, which also includes the face. The less fat a female person, a woman, has in their face, the less fat they have, the more they look like a dude. That's at least that's what I observed. This person, for example, in my opinion, has more masculine features than feminine features. If we compare that to her, for example, she looks more feminine than her, for example. Let's see if we have more examples right here. This one. There you go. You can probably still see that, or you can see that it's a female, but could you still see it if she wouldn't wear, makeup and long hair, and she wouldn't have, boobs? Could you still see that it's a female person? Yeah, that basically is that kind of shows you how much the fat changes the face, not only in making it more feminine, but also smoothing out all the structure in the face in general. Okay, so if you sculpt female characters, that's why they usually have smoother faces and their definition in the face is less so. Next tip, or fact rather, that is more important for older characters, which is basically, skin gets looser and fat more saggy. What I mean is, the older you get, the more your skin, if you're young, you have very, stiff skin. It's very, very, it holds everything into place. But the older you get, the more it starts to loosen up. You see, wrinkles, a lot of wrinkles. You see hands usually are very soft. They're very, they look like, I guess, dress that doesn't really fit perfectly anymore. They get all these wrinkles, and, what also happens is, of course, you have these fat deposits, as we seen before. They of course are, they kind of get held in place by the skin as well. So the more the skin softens, the more these fat pads droop down and fall down as well. They get saggy, basically. You can very easily see that on the fat that you have over your eyelid. Let's go to the reference that I've shown you just recently, or just, before this, right here. You can see we have a fat pad over the eyelid that basically creates this fold from the eyelid, basically where the eyelid goes when you open your eye. You have this fold right here. That is created because of the fat pad over the eyelid and then the eyelid itself. And if you look at old people, old person face, you can see what happens if you get older and your skin gets more, I guess, soft. Let's look at this. You can see the skin wraps, or I guess falls, droops over the eyelid. Sometimes it is right above it. Sometimes it even reaches over the eyelid. The skin just gets softer, and the fat in the skin is basically like a bag, just, falls down and sags. That is something to keep in mind when you sculpt older characters. Something like this, you can see it falling down here and then wrapping over the eyelid. The same happens for the cheek, or down here you have some fat right there. That is all because the fat kind of falls down and everything looks kind of more, saggy. That creates these wrinkles, and that's what creates the wrinkle for all characters. That's how it works, basically. Something to keep in mind when sculpting older characters. If you kind of wonder, why are these wrinkles? Just look at the, I guess, general, the fat structure in the face, and maybe that helps you in creating these fat deposits, or where to place these fat deposits, and how big they are, where there are wrinkles and all that stuff. that is all determined by the fat deposits and the skin loosening up. Okay, let's get to the next tip. Which is, now we get to the thing that maybe made you doubt all these facts. I tried to show you where the ear lies, where the eyes lie in the face or in the skull, where you place the cheekbone, where you place the nose, what part of the nose or what part of the face is the furthest out, all that stuff. You might think to yourself, dude, this dude is just talking crap. He doesn't know what he's talking about. We've seen the references that he's shown us. It doesn't really look like how he described it, and that is because of this. Variations in the face. Hold on, we have two. Variations in the face. Every character is unique, or almost every character. That is because everything in your face is made up by variables. How big your eyes are, how long your eyebrows are, how thick they are, where the eyes are, placed vertically, even in this direction, horizontally, how wide your mouth is, how big your lips are, how big your nose is. Everything is variable. Everything is can be varied, and that is what makes every character unique. So to convert that into sculpting, what I've done for the orc character is I basically what I've done is I've sculpted the general head shape first, then I added some characteristics into the face, stuff like the general structure, the eyebrows, the eye size, the eye placement, nose length, nose position, nose size, and all that stuff. And then at the end, when I'm fully done with the sculpt, what I've done is basically deactivated symmetry to add even more character to the face. Stuff like asymmetry. Yeah, that's why you remove symmetry. Stuff like you can see right here, this nostril is way higher than the other one, or maybe this nostril is further out in this direction. Maybe this eye, as you can see right here, is more close than the other one. Maybe this lip is just a little bit bigger on this side than the other one. All these small variations in the face make a face or a character unique. So if you think to yourself, maybe, oh well, I like the structure of the face, and everything basically in terms of anatomy looks perfect, but it still looks like a basic character. Maybe it's time to add some, first of all, character to the character. Maybe it looks like a blank slate, just because there's nothing unique to it. That is something you can see if I think I googled like face front. There you go. Let's look at this face. This face is as basic as it can get. It is, there's nothing that makes this character unique. He has eyes, he has a nose, and he has his lips. All of that looks pretty average. So now, how do you make the character look more unique? You create unique features. Like you could create, I guess, a more rigid, protruding forehead. You could create bigger eyes. You could create smaller eyes. You can create eyes that are smaller, closer together. You could create that are further out. You could create a big nose. You can create a small nose. All these things you can change in a character's face to make it look more unique. Some of these things you define in the beginning when you create the general structure of the face, and some you can only bring in at the end. That all just, determines on where you are in the workflow of creating that character. But that is something to keep in mind, so that your characters don't look, I guess, boring. Keep in mind that no face is perfect. Even if you look at, actors' faces. No, if you basically grab an actor's face and you mirror it, you will always see asymmetry, no matter which character, no matter which person you look at. The face will always be asymmetrical. So why would your character not be asymmetrical? Yeah, basically. If we, for example, go in here, look at the reference, she might look pretty, you know, symmetrical. But then if we go in here and horizontal mirror it, there you go, see how asymmetrical she actually is? And you don't really see it if you just look at her. Yeah, that's what makes the character unique. Always keep the variations in the face in mind. It's basically like, you know, creating a character in a character creation for a game. Skyrim, for example. You have so many sliders there for a reason, to make your character unique. Maybe you want to have a character with super wide eyes and super small nose and whatever. You can do that. And that's something you should keep in mind for your character as well. If your characters ever look pretty bland, maybe it's time to, you know, add some asymmetry, or make the eyes smaller, make the eyes bigger, whatever. Yeah. Variations in the face, very, very important. Next up, the last tip for facial anatomy, or head anatomy. I think the next one I'm going to rattle off more, because these ones are more, I guess, you know, cool to know, and or interesting to know and important to know, but don't really need a big explanation. This one is, in my opinion, the profile view of a face is better to see the proportions of a face. If you look at my face, you can probably gauge whether, you know, how long or where should you place the eyes, how big the distance is between the nose and the you know, the upper lip, how big the lips are, how big the chin to the lower lip is. That's all you can probably see. But I think it's way easier to see that from the side view. You can way easier see the individual parts of the face, at least, you know, the lips, the chin, the nose, and the forehead, by looking at the profile view, because the silhouette is way clearer. From the front, it's basically just like a circle or a cube, but from the side, you have the very, very distinct silhouette. Not only for the chin, like right here, you have the lips right here, you also have the nose, and then you have the forehead. And all these are, in my opinion, way easier to kind of estimate the length on. Right here, you know, that's where the nose ends and that's where it begins. Very easily visible in the profile view, but in the front, where does it begin? Where does it end? I think it's way easier to see that in the profile view. So just one tip from my end that I like to use in likeness sculpting, for example. Of course, you want to have as many reference images as you can for characters that you want to perfectly recreate in 3D. But in general as well, profile view, in my opinion, is better to see proportions of the face than the front view. Of course, you can't live with just one, you should always have both. But in general, I like to use the profile view a bit more for proportions. Okay, let's go to the body. The body has some interesting aspects to it as well. Let's go to an important one. Let's go to the neck first. The neck has a few important things to keep in mind for the anatomy in general. The first one is, how do you rotate your head? Question, how do you rotate your head? Well, you do it like this. Do you see what muscle is used for this rotation? Maybe you can see it. Do you see it? It is this one that go all the way up to your ear, right there. They connect to the collarbone right here, right in the middle, and they go all the way up to the ear, right there. If I move in this direction, you can see it flexing see it clearer. That's something more to keep in mind when you rotate your character's head, for example. You can also see it in the ogre sculpt quite defined, maybe too defined, but you can see. Never forget this muscle. This muscle is very important for the structure of the neck. Yeah. Head rotation muscles, very significant. There you go. Next up is the traps. The traps, of course, let's look at my helper here. The traps, of course, the traps are there not only to raise your, your shoulders, but also to kind of move your head back. They begin and connect to the skull right here. And then they, of course, go down here, all the way to here. But they also spread out to the shoulders like this. So they can, contract and pull themselves together. So you can move your shoulders up, for example. And they also move all the way around from the back here, all the way to the front, to the shoulders as well, as you can see right there. Right there, see it? That's something more to keep in mind. You can see it in the auger sculpt as well. Right here. So for the neck, it starts right here, goes down, and then right there, begins here, goes all the way around and all the way to the collarbone. I even started it even earlier, but that's generally where you end the neck. It starts from here, goes to the shoulder, and then goes back into the middle and down. That's the general structure of the neck. So if you ever wonder why, for example, very built characters, very strong characters have these super massive necks that would, go like this, that's, one more thing that you can implement to create a very strong character, these massive necks. That is basically just the volume of the neck muscle right here, or the traps, just bulking up because the muscles are getting bigger. That's why you have these massive necks visible from the front, basically. Yeah. Okay. Next up is something more for building a full body character, which is the shoulder width is basically 3 heads. So you have your head in the middle, like this. And then if you take my head and move it over here, you basically have the shoulder. So the shoulder width is basically 3 heads. So if you ever wonder how wide the shoulder of your character should be, just take the head. I usually like to begin with the head when it comes to character modeling. And that is especially useful when you create a base mesh. You take your head, you duplicate it to both sides, and you have the width of the shoulders. Pretty simple, pretty easy, pretty useful. Next up, the anatomy of the shoulder. The shoulder has 3 parts, 3 muscles basically. These muscles are located right here. Right here. Oh. Okay, hold on. So this one right there, and then it goes, I think, even lower, but let's go here. Which means it goes something like this. The first muscle is the front muscle. The front muscle is used for movements like this. Moving your arm forward. That is what you use the front muscle for. The front shoulder muscle, this muscle right here. If it contracts, it pulls the arm forward. Then you have the middle muscle that is right here. Like this. This muscle is to create, I guess lateral movement, I think it's called, where you just move your arms to the side like this. That is the middle shoulder. And then you have the back shoulder as well, like here. That is, the exact same, but backwards, like this. That is the last part of the shoulder. So keep in mind, the shoulder is made out of 3 parts. The front part, the middle part, and the back part. If you would draw a shoulder, it would look something like, like this, like zip. That's the front part. Then you have the middle part, and then you have the back part right here. Those are the 3 parts of the shoulder. And then you have, of course, the arm, tricep, bicep, chest, neck, collarbone, like this. Okay, yeah. Keep that in mind. The shoulder has 3 parts. And distinguishing between the three can kind of add some definition to your character. Okay, next step. Hands. Let's go to hands. Hands are pretty difficult to sculpt. I'm still kind of confused, or I still need to learn modeling hands more, but I have some general rules for hands. First of all, there you go. Hand length equals face length. So if you take your hand and you place it, of course, as we said before, the face goes from the hairline to the bottom of the chin. If you take your face, you take your face or your hand and you place it on your face, the fingers end at the hairline. So your hand is as big as your face. So if you've already, modeled for your base mesh, for example, you've modeled your head, you can kind of estimate where your face should be. So you can now take your hand model and you can see if the size fits into the face perfectly, and then you know that the hand is big enough, or too big or too small. Next up is for modeling, to model hands, or to create a good base mesh for hands, or to begin sculpting hands, modeling hands pretty simply. You should make the knuckles of the different finger bones. Of course, you have 3 finger bones, 1, 2, 3. The 3 finger bones, the knuckles between the two knuckles between the 3 finger bones are wider than the bones themselves. What I mean is basically visible in a skeleton. Let's look at a skeleton. Skeleton hand. Look at this. Oh. There you go. See how the knuckles are wider than the rest of the bone? They go kind of in and then out again. That's a good way to start modeling hands. It doesn't really always apply to hands that they're, wider at the knuckles than at the rest of the finger, especially if we look at real life examples. Let me just quickly open up one. There you go. Oh, hold on. There you go. You can see right here. This bone right here, the first knuckle, seems to be significantly wider than the next one, but you can see right here, this one isn't really that much wider than the rest of the bones. But in general, what you can do is this shape right here, like this, getting thin, getting thick again, getting thin, getting wider, and getting thin again. That's a good way to start modeling your hands, and then you can make them more unique, more realistic, by giving them a more, I guess, defined, or I guess more characteristic shape that is more tailored to a certain character. But that's a good way to start. I can actually show you an example. Let's go to the 3D recreation. There you go. The fingers. Look at the fingers. See how they're wider, and the knuckles than everywhere else. See, knuckle, here's the knuckle, way wider than here and here. And this knuckle as well is wider here than here and here. Oh, hold on. There you go, let's look at it again. You can see right here, this finger is thinner than the knuckle, this finger is thinner than both these knuckles, and this finger is also thinner than this knuckle. So in general, fingers are more, or to begin sculpting fingers, it is easier to do that if we, by creating this wavy line. Thinner, thicker, thinner, thicker, and then thinner again. Yep. That's something more to make hand modeling easier. For me, hand modeling, it can be quite hard. For you maybe as well, so this might help you. Let's go to the next tip. Okay, this one is kind of a weird one, but it's important to keep in mind. If you look at your hand, you might think Okay, well, this is the palm right here. It's like this long, and then if you go to this side, it's kind of shorter. Why? You can see if you spread out your fingers, the knuckles actually begin here, and you still have some extension of flesh continuing and ending right here. Why is that? Because if you look from the side, the ending or the beginning of the finger at the bottom is further out than the ending or the beginning of the finger at the top. What I mean is basically there's a diagonal line right here. If you draw a finger, let's go to Photoshop. No, let's go to Blender. If you draw a finger, it looks like this. So you have the hand like this. You have the top of the hand. Oh. And then you have the knuckle for the finger at the top. Oh. Like this. And then you have the finger. But then you have a diagonal line like this. And that's where your palm ends at the bottom. So like this. That's what your finger looks like. So keep that in mind when you model fingers. They don't do it like this. That's wrong. Like this. That's wrong. You have a diagonal line. The volume is kind of shifted forward, which is why you can still see the skin or the tissue at the back here. Although, you know, the finger is already starting right here. You can still see tissue right there. That is because you have this diagonal line right here. Yeah, one more thing to keep in mind when modeling hands. Let's go to the next one. This one is actually quite interesting. Fingers. Oh, yeah. The fingers have 3 bones. Oh, 3 bones. See? 1, 2, 3. The fingers have 3 bones. And that is also why the thumb is not a finger. The thumb is not a finger. The thumb only has 2 bones. If you look at this, 1, 2, 3, thumb, 1, oh, 1, 2. See, 1, 2, finger, 1, 2, 3. Fingers have 3 bones. The thumb is not a finger. Something more to keep in mind for the anatomy, and also something like a small party trick. Yeah, the thumb is not a bone because, no, the thumb is not a finger because fingers have 3 bones and the thumb only has 2. Another one that is actually quite helpful and that I just recently learned is that the finger bones get shorter the further they are out from the palm. What I mean is, if you look at the finger right here, you can see the length of the finger goes all the way to here. That's the first knuckle. If you then take this length and push it over here, you can see it almost goes all the way to the tip of the finger. So this part, the second part, is actually shorter. If you take this length, knuckle to knuckle, you push it higher for the tip of the finger. This finger is even shorter. So the bone starting the finger is the longest. The one after that is shorter. And then the one after that is even shorter. Just something to keep in mind for your finger anatomy. The next one is pretty simple as well. The hand, the middle of the hand is basically here, where the fingers connect. I guess this side is easier to see, or more appropriate. The fingers are just as long as the palm. See? Zip, 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 zip. Yeah, the fingers are just as long as the palm. So the middle of the hand is where the fingers connect with the palm. Pretty simple, pretty easy, but pretty important to keep in mind. And this one is actually something I also just learned recently, but it's very important when modeling hands, especially when they're relaxed. And that is, the thumb has a 90-degree rotation when relaxed. What I mean is, if you look at the hand from the front, you can see right here, this is flexed. If I relax my hand, see how the thumb is kind of rotated. The fingers, the fingernails look in this direction for these fingers, but this finger is rotated like this. So This is a 90-degree rotation upwards from the front, visible from the front. Keep that in mind when you model a hand. The thumb, when it's relaxed, is rotated by 90 degree compared to the other fingers. Yeah, pretty simple, but pretty important. Next up is for the forearm, or for the arms in general, which is the forearm is as long as the upper arm. It's pretty simple to see. You just take your arm. You can see going from the elbow right here, the length of this arm going from the shoulder to the elbow is just as long as going from the elbow to the wrist. See right here. So yeah, the forearm is just as long as the upper arm. The whole arm length is basically half of it is the forearm and half of it is the upper arm. The next one is the arms, in terms of their total length, reach all the way down to the crotch. Wait, can you even see this? Why is it? Okay. Yeah. The arms reach all the way down to the crotch. You can probably see it in this, him. He's, uncensored down here, so I can show it to you. But, if this is the hip, you can see the wrist reaches all the way down to the crotch. So if you ever wonder how long your arm should be, make sure that the wrist is basically on the height of the crotch. Yeah, pretty simple, pretty easy. Next up is the body height in general for characters. Okay, I need to remove some of these tips again. Why? There you go. The body height is 7.5 to 8 heads. That's why the head is so important. If you take your head and you duplicate it down, or you use the array modifier in Blender, basically 7.5 to 8 heads equals your entire body height. Pretty simple, pretty easy, but pretty important to kind of gauge everything. So what you could do is you could create your head. You could then duplicate the head 7.5 times or 8 times, so you can place the feet at the bottom and kind of what we can come to now is 50% is upper body and 50% is lower body, which means taking your head, putting it down 8 times, creating 8 heads, which would mean that 4 heads, including this head, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4. For the fourth one, at the bottom of the fourth one, you would have the hips, and then going deeper, you have the legs. So 50% of the body height is upper body and 50% is legs. To distinguish between female and male faces, female and male bodies, you probably heard it before, but male bodies usually have wider shoulders, or the shoulders appear wider than the hips. What I discovered, or what is more true, is that the shoulders aren't generally wider, as we discussed before. Shoulders are 3 head wide. That stays the same for female characters as well as for male characters. The only thing that really changes is the hip width. The shoulder stays the same width. Only the hip is thinner for male characters. The hips are just not as wide for male characters. So that's why male characters, very simplified, have a more triangle shape for their body. If we draw it in Blender, there you go. If you look at the dude right here, there you go. Hold on. There you go. And then comparing that to this one, to this one. Okay, well, it's quite a little bit longer, but you get the gist. Which one is probably the female one? You guessed it, this one. Females have wider hips. That's how you can distinguish them, especially in full body shots. Yeah, females have wider hips. Pretty simple, but pretty important. The shoulders don't change, only the hips. The next one, basically, there you go. The breasts for female characters are fat plus special tissue for milk production. They are not bones. They're not, I don't know, what else? Yeah, I don't know. They're just, yeah, tissue that flops around, and you know, just like the skin deposits on the fat deposit on your face. The older you get, the more it, you know, sags down. Same happens for the breasts. And they also, you know, depending on how you move, change their shape and position as well. Or not position really, but you know, kind of change the shape as well. That's just something to keep in mind. They're not flat. They don't just stay there in one place, except for when they're maybe fake. Natural breasts are fat and special tissue for milk production, which means they move around. They're pretty, you know, I guess malleable. They're very soft. They're not stiff. They're not hard. Yeah, hard sounds weird, but you know, yeah, just general. They're pretty soft. They kind of form around the rest of the body, especially the rib cage. The next one is something similar to the head shape, which is, let's restart here. There you go. The butt is generally thinner than the front of the hip. If we go near, we can do the same. It's like a, you know, like this shape. There you go. If we have the feet at the bottom, if you look from, if this is a dude looking at the looking from the top, these are his feet. You have the head right there. The hips are wider in the front than they are in the back. If you have like this, the butt right here, you know, the butt is thinner than the hips, basically. Yeah, that's it. Something to keep in mind when you sculpt your character. You cannot see the butt when you look from the front. The only thing you might see is when you have like the thigh gap right here, you know, like this. You have the legs, and then you could maybe see some butt right there, but everything else you cannot see. So yeah, keep that in mind when you sculpt butts. You cannot see them from the front. They're set up like this. Yep, pretty simple, pretty easy, but pretty important. Okay, we have 4 more. Let's get through them. The thigh and calves are both 2 forearms together, basically. The forearm length is, the forearm is just as long as the thigh. Hold on. No, 2 thighs, I forgot. So if you look at your, if you take your arm and double it, so you have 2 arms like this, you know, that is the length of your thigh and also your calf. So basically equals 4 forearms, or also of course, because these are the same length, 4 forearms or upper arms equal almost the length of the legs, excluding the feet. The feet of course are there as well. They won't be included into these forearms, but in general 2 forearms equal thigh length or calf length. Next one would be a forearm. The forearms are very useful in creating the proportions of a body. The forearm is as long as your foot. So this length is exactly as long as your foot is. Of course, it can always vary in your character, but in general, the average is the forearm is as long as the foot is long, going from the back to the front, from the heel to the tip of your toes. Pretty simple, but pretty useful. The next one is the small toes begin at 3/4 of the foot length. So if you have a foot right here, you know, you have a foot like this. If we have the full length and we divide it and then you take the half, that's where you would begin the small toe. Usually the toe, the big toe is a little bit further out, so you have this curve right here. But that's where you would begin the small toe. Pretty simple, pretty easy, but pretty useful. So if you ever sculpt, a foot, now you know where to place and where to begin your foot, your toes. The small one begins at 1/4 or 3/4 of the face, the foot. There you go. Okay. Next one. One more. There's one more. And this one comes more down to animation and also posing characters and sculpting pose characters. The muscles are more voluminous when they flex. So what I mean is to move to move anything in your body, the muscles, or to move your limbs, the muscles have to contract and relax. And relaxed means they're long. Contract is they pull together, basically, like this. Zip. That's how they pull together. So if you have like an arm right here and you have this arm right here, like this, if you pull, that's how your muscles work. They contract and they relax. They flex and they relax. Flexing means they pull together. You have basically this mesh grid that then tightens together to pull whatever it is that is connected to closer to it. Which of course means if you, for example, flex stuff like your arm, you can see right here. You can see how it bulks up right here. It is quite flat right there, and then if you flex, you can see you get this bump. Of course, not that visible for me, but in general, if you pose your character, especially if he's very, very muscular, make sure that you keep that in mind when you model muscles. They are more voluminous when you flex the muscle that is, moving the arm in that position that it is in the pose. Yeah, those are all the tips and tricks and facts to make character modeling easier for you. Yeah, let's go through all of them again. Let's go to display capture so I can show you the full list. There you go. Can you see it? I think you can, right? I mean, in terms of size, I can't display anything like all of them as well anyway, so I can probably, there you go, maybe bigger. There you go. So bone, muscle, fat, going in layers, sculpting the most basic skull shape. Yeah, I showed you how I do it. Reference is key. Reference is very, very important for any character, realistic or not. Sculpting, you can apply textures to your brush to create, for example, skin detail. The head, the eyes are one eyeball apart, or middle of eyeball is the middle of both eyeballs. The distance between the two is 1/3 of the face. The eyebrow, basically going from the middle of your mouth to the lips, making a line to the nostril, and then continuing. You can see the outer corner of the eye and the eyebrow. Also the nose going up. That's where the inner corner of the eye is. Eye size equals 7 eyes. Head width. So the head width is basically 7 eyes next to each other. That's how big the eye is. Eyes rotate out by 102 degrees out like this, in both directions. They're not pointing in, they're pointing outwards. The eyelids are one muscle that connects on both ends. That's why you have no overlapping on the sides. Only one upper eyelid really moves when blinking. So if you blink, only the upper eyelid moves down, basically. The eyebrow hair structure. The eyebrow hairs move into the bulk of the hair. So if you have outer hairs that grow, you know, if you have hairs at the very bottom, they push up. If you have hairs at the very top, they push in to create the general shape of the hair, of the eyebrow. The top lip has 3 parts to it, middle and then two to the sides, and the lower lip has 2 parts to it, 2 basically just sitting next to each other. The lips turn inside out. They're basically skin coming from the middle, from the inside of the mouth. They just wrap around and point, you know, then show on the outside. They go in like this, and then kind of wrap around back into the mouth. The muscle, there's a muscle pulling the mouth corner back so you can smile. So that's the muscle right there. It kind of pulls the corner of the mouth back. So that's what creates these, you know, creates the smile in this cheek right here, for example. The ear position is from the bottom of the nose right here to the top of the, or the middle of the eye, or the top of the eyelid. Depends on, you know, the character. And also the ear length equals the nose length. The nose is roughly the same length as the ear. The ear in its structure has a C, and in the C is a Y. Pretty simple. It's of course a little bit more detailed than that, but that's the basic shapes. The nose is generally the most forward part of the face. You can see right here. You know, so the nose is the most forward part. And usually that's also the case for the upper lip. The upper lip is more forward than the lower lip. Nose anatomy. You have 2 parts for the, you know, the bit here at the top, the tip, and then you have 2 nostrils, and you have a bridge, soft tissue, and then it connects to the bridge of the bone. The jaw connects in the middle of the skull, right here. So if you have the full skull, it connects in the middle of it. The socket of the jaw is basically in the middle of the skull. If you go from the jaw that connects to the skull and take the distance from the nose tip, the middle of that is where the cheekbone is, or begins. The chin, going from the bottom of the chin to the bottom of the lip, no, to the middle of the nose is basically the half of a face. Lower lip, yeah, I mean, if you want to look through all of them, you can probably pause now to look through all of them. I don't want to go through all of them again, but those are all the 50 plus tips for character modeling. I'm probably going to convert this into a, I guess, video maybe for next week. So if you want to have a more condensed version of this, check out the videos channel. And yeah, that should do it for today. Tomorrow we'll go into geometry nodes. We're gonna learn more about them, how you can use them, how you how the whole string works, how you create. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know that much about geometry nodes, so it's gonna be like a learning project for me as well. So if you're interested in that, you're invited to tomorrow's stream as well. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for joining. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for just watching, maybe. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. And yeah, maybe I'll see you next time. See ya.